Hello daydreamers. I'm going to be needing you guys how my volume works, so I think Vtuber Talk should be able to speak now.
Hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm super excited to be here. I'm Jay. I'm the host of Vtuber Talk, and usually I'm on my own channel, but Aria and I decided to switch things up a bit, so I'm on site, as it were.
How is the volume mix, chat? I can also turn down the music a little bit, and also I might have to yell at Luna for being on the couch, so just...
I can interview Luna as well. I'm sure we can make it work.
For sure. But yes, how would you like to start this?
Well, I guess for starters, well, should I introduce myself?
I think you should introduce yourself. I think you gotta introduce yourself.
Okay, gosh. The host introducing himself. Okay. So, hi everyone, I'm Jay. As I mentioned earlier, I'm the host of Vtuber Talk. It is a passion project that I started earlier this year. This is episode 14, officially, unofficially, and I have interviewed a different VTuber every week now for those 14 weeks, and everything on Vtuber Talk is designed to be after classic late night talk shows. So think Jimmy Fallon, think Stephen Colbert. Everything is casual, live, and the goal is just to get to, being able to know the guest and make it so that the show is entertaining for both people who are already familiar with the guest, but also accessible enough so that new fans can tune in, have a good time, and hopefully get to find a new VTuber that they can then continue to follow after the show. I usually do what would be an opening monologue a la your regular late night talk shows, but I guess this will have to suffice for that for tonight. Thank you so much to Aria for allowing me to be on here tonight. This is a bit of an experiment for both of us, but I think we're going to have a really good time, so hopefully you and the audience will enjoy as well.
Hello, I was fixing the music. I'm also going to hydrate because I think you redeemed it twice. Give me 1 second.
Oh, am I on the hook for these redeems as well? I'm totally fine with that.
If you want to.
You know what, let's do it.
Okay, the music should be better. Hello, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, I am Aria. I do ASMR sometimes. The only thing I can promise you is a lot of scuff. I have a cat named Luna who is zooming around the apartment. Primarily the reason why I should probably not do late night streams, but we're gonna keep doing late night streams. But yeah, that's me. We're very excited to do this. I don't think I've done an interview type collab since January, so I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. Like I said, everything is very, very casual. This isn't meant to be something like 60 minutes. I'm not going to be asking any hard-hitting questions. You're not going to
try to dig in deep? You're not going to...
Nah, not that kind of deep. The type of deep that I end up going is, well, as I told you when we spoke earlier this week, I always try to figure out what my guests are passionate about. I try and get them to rant. I'm not the type to really ask, what's your favorite color or sort of stock questions. I always try and tailor the conversations to things that I know that my guests enjoy. That way we can really just geek out together about shared passions, or maybe I can learn something that I don't know about that the guest really enjoys. And based on what we discussed earlier this week, I think we have a fair bit in common, but also I expect to be able to learn a bit about different things that you enjoy that I might know about as well. So
yes.
I guess for starters, one of the first things that caught my attention when I first tuned into one of your streams, because I always make a point of actually, getting to know my guests as a viewer before I ask them to be on the show, was that you are a fan of D&D.
Yes.
You usually update your...
Yes.
Hi, Luna. She's your co-star.
Yeah, she's in my arms right now. Yes.
So you always update your chat about what's gone on in D&D that week.
Thank
So
you.
I don't want to ask you to, you know,
Torture
restate all
them
the stuff
again.
that you said, but I suppose a good place to start maybe would be a bit about you as a D&D player. So not necessarily on a specific campaign, but as a whole, I guess for starters, how do you approach your character building in D&D?
Ooh, I love this question. So I'm watching my cat trying to stop her from going up to war. She'll calm down in like an hour. How I
No
approach
worries, no
character
worries.
building. Okay. Well, I'm a writer, IRL. I think for me, I've been writing pretty much since I was literate, which took a little later. I wasn't really able to read in English till I was like 10. But I think being someone with that background, I'm always driven on like a story side. Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Everything okay over there?
Yeah, she just swung something and it hit the laptop, but it didn't break. It really scared me. It's fine. I think I am definitely someone who is a little too much probably into like world building, story building. Like everything from the name to the possible like color of her hair, last name, everything has meaning for me. I think for me, I always think of what would be the most interesting dynamic. I think all the campaigns I've joined, I've always, oh my god, hi, Opal, yes, that's awesome that you're a DM. I think for me, when I approach characters, I've always joined campaigns or one-shots a little late. I don't know why, but I think I'm thinking about it. I think every one-shot and every campaign I've been invited to, I'm always like joining an existing group who've either done session 0 or like something like that. I'm pretty sure every time that's happened. So I usually look at a group dynamic and see like what they're missing or what I can add to it and kind of get a vibe.
That's so funny.
Of,
That's exactly how I actually approach mine. No lie, that I usually am actually in a group when it's first starting, but I'm not able to really create something from scratch of just, all right, there's all the possibilities of D&D and then make one. I'm not really good at that. I'm a big fan of the saying, restrictions breed creativity. So I always let the rest of the party figure out, all right, what do you want to do? And then, just like you said, figure out, okay, do we need a healer? Do we need someone to be the tank? And then from there, I sort of hone in on what I want to be and build out my character based on the necessity of whatever the role is.
Yeah, I think like for me, I'm so indecisive that it really helps me figure out, like it actually, like the restrictions do help me because it guides me. Because if you gave me everything, I tend to gravitate to the same kind of character for sure. And it's like
forces you into new spaces.
Exactly, because I always go for the class. I always have like a classic of like a younger sibling type character, and like I always love like certain tropes like found family and all this stuff. So like I know for me personally, having the restrictions, like I would never have thought to create a paladin. I don't usually go for tanks. I definitely, even in like when I play video games, I like long ranged players. I don't like being up front in battle.
Yep, no, that is actually exactly where I am in my current campaign. I'm doing a Weird West campaign with some friends, and we needed someone to be able to take hits, so I designed a paladin, and it's a bit jarring when you're used to the ranged combat of being like, oh no, wait, I'm supposed to go towards danger. This is actually my job. Because I've been so conditioned from all my previous campaigns to just be like, all right, be near the back, stay out of trouble. And I was like, oh no, wait, no, I need to actually do everything that I have never done before. Oops.
It was like, I was really lucky. So I think I joined, I don't know if it was intentional on the DM's end, but I joined right when they were arriving to like the biggest town and like a tournament arc basically. So like for the 4 sessions after, they joined a tournament to just like duke it out and try to get the top to the prize money. So it just ended up that it wasn't really roleplay heavy, and it was very much just like there was one combat, which really helped me because one, there weren't any stakes because the way it was set up was that we would be revived by healers at the end because it was like a sanctioned combat. So like
sanctioned, so non-lethal, and it's just okay, go crazy, try and figure it out, and if you lose, you lose. But there's definitely both IRL and as a player, when the stakes are lowered like that, I can definitely see how that would be more comfortable and also act as just a good tutorial of sorts, I suppose.
Yeah, I think like I agree with Spirit, like looking at different subclasses, like I think even coming into my paladin, I was like, so I picked, I think like people in my chat kind of know, I picked an ASMR, but ASMRs are usually descended from like good, like alignment gods and goddesses.
Yeah.
But I was like, I want to flip this stereotype on its head, and like what could be interesting, like what if it was like a fallen ASMR, but what if it was because they were good and they were sired by like a evil patron. So like I definitely like looked in the subclass, even though like I think this is the first campaign that I've played actual like D&D. I've played like other systems, so like I just like looked through D&D Beyond, and I was like, what are the things that would work in the story? Like we picked folk hero, and I was like, oh,
okay, yeah, that's a good one.
I was like, yeah, this is something that I can work with, because if she's an ASMR, like how would this work in her backstory? And I was on call with my best friend. Yeah, it was like really cool to like practice the story building. I think that's what really drew me to D&D, was like in the real world, in a writer's room, you don't write alone. For most TV shows, you write with a group of people. And I think since like the pandemic happened, as a writer, I've always been like a role play writer. So like having to do that all by yourself was really like lonely, and it like the story feels a little stale if it's just you and your imagination. So I was really excited to join a campaign.
So are the other players all people that you have known prior to this campaign, or are you meeting anyone in here for the first time?
Actually, besides my friend, I don't know anyone else. I didn't know anyone else in the campaign. And it was really funny because I went to visit my friend in Thanksgiving. So she was the person I spent Thanksgiving with, because I hadn't seen anyone all year. And her mom is like a second mom to me, so she was really worried. They were like, come down here, stay for a week. And she had been home for a little bit, as people had been like going home and working, you know. And she was like, she joined like 3 campaigns in that like month that she'd been home, and she was starting to get really into it. And ironically, when they did session 0 and session 1, I was watching My Hero Academia on the floor.
Yes. Oh boy. Well, so we're also gonna have to talk about My Hero Academia later on. Noted.
Yeah, I was. I watched it. She started it with me that week, and I finished it that week of Thanksgiving with her. But I was literally sitting on the floor, and my headphones broke. So I was like listening really quietly while listening to her. So ironically, I had met everyone at the beginning, only as like they're like, oh, that's Aria on the couch behind me. If you, like, she's fine, she's here. And then I got to meet them. I joined the campaign, literally I joined that Discord January 1st. And we've been, like, I see them every week. We haven't missed a week yet. And they're a great group of a lot of also writers. So it's been a lot of fun. Oh, that's
great. Oh, yeah. When you get a bunch of creatives into D&D together, you're going to end up just with some really rich lore. And also, generally speaking, if someone's good at writing, they're going to be good at role-playing or thinking of witty things to say on the fly. So that has to be a lot of fun. And I'm glad you're able to find that. I'm glad you were able to find that type of group, because if it's people you don't necessarily know, that's when you get into sort of a bit of a risky type of thing, because sometimes the group won't mesh, or personalities don't work together, or if certain people like to go at a faster pace than others, that finding a good D&D group is something that has to be worked on, and sometimes it takes a fair bit of luck, but it sounds like you found a really good one, so I'm very happy for that.
Thank you. Yeah, like that's the biggest thing. Like I think since starting it, I talk about it a lot on stream. I was like, I want to find another campaign, but again, like finding that great chemistry has been like something really intimidating. I don't know. I don't think I would have joined if my best friend, she's like my best friend from high school. So like if she didn't pull me in and like she didn't vouch for them, I don't think I still don't have the bravery the way that she does to like go on like the Reddit groups or like go on D&D Beyond to find people, because I'm nervous.
And at the very least, if she knows all of them, that means that on some level, if you know her, that she's probably able to gauge, all right, I think that Aria is a good match for this group, and vice versa. So definitely makes sense that you'd have a better probability of success than with some random group that back before COVID and everything, there was what was called Adventurers League, which is a thing that is sanctioned by Wizards of the Coast, who owns Dungeons and Dragons. And basically it is a program where you can go to a local game store on a given night of the week and just be paired up at a table with the other people who are playing or looking for a campaign. And I did that for a while when I moved to a new area. And fortunately, I had one other friend that I knew who went along with me, and we got paired with several different tables over a couple of months, and there were hits and there were misses.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, when we found a group that we enjoyed, we had a couple of weeks where there was like one seat at the table that was rotating, and we got tired of having to bring someone up to speed every week and just started hosting our own stuff separately. It was like, okay, we found a good group. This has served its purpose, and now we are vacating the table so more people can go to the LGS and play there. And we just went to one of our houses and have done that ever since, and have done our sessions remotely over Discord since approximately this time last year.
I think that's a great thing, though, is that they had that program essentially like facilitate meeting groups, because I think like even just the idea of like rotating seats. I mean, the whole I mean like it's funny enough because I tried D&D first with Sarah and one of our other roommates before Rainty, and the whole reason it like didn't work out was because we weren't playing D&D, I think we were playing a system based on like Fate, possibly, if that's the name of it, and we were doing our session 0, and I got so intimidated and like a little bit bullied by this like grad student who was head of the board games club, and that's how we all met. Like we that semester we were like, oh, Sarah wants to do board games club, one of our other friends wanted to do something else, and I was like, I want to join something film related. So we all like as a group decided to go with each other to support each other. I think our other friend wanted to go like PC gaming club, and ironically like at session 0 I always wanted to do D&D or something like it, and I just felt so bad by this guy who was like older and wanted to play like a drunken fighter who got better with fighting the more drunk he got. But
there are builds that actually sort of allow that.
See, the problem was, it wasn't that. The problem was that it was like a homebrew world with like Avatar inspiration, like all the 4 elements. So it was really some Asian incorporations, and this guy was white. So he would ask us for like name suggestions, and when we would give him ones with meaning, he would take like random words, and I'm like, you're just butchering a language, sir. And his whole plot for mine was he wanted our like previous encounter to have been him saving my character, my female teenager, in an alleyway, and I was like, I don't really feel comfortable with this. And then the DM was at the time was supposedly like his like secretary of the club, but I could tell he was being mean. I can't like stand it when people are mean to other people, and I just like panicked because Sarah and our friend were paired with each other, and so like they were busy, and I was like, please turn around, and I got panicking, and I just basically was like, yeah, there's a fraternity rush. I've been wanting to go to that, and I don't think I can commit to this, and I just like left. But the story of that D&D group going so bad, I'm still a national counselor for this fraternity that I ended up rushing and being the president of it senior year. So like,
that's fantastic.
Like one bad situation.
Hey, sometimes fate works in funny ways, and it's like just one thing leads to another. Circumstance sometimes puts us into something we don't expect, but ends up being big. Are you comfortable saying which fraternity that is, or since you actually said that you are on a national council, probably not?
Yeah, probably not. It's really easy to find. It's like, don't dox me. Yo.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
not you.
Yep.
Chat.
Realize it as I was asking.
No, it is
but
but the big thing is, ironically, all the one shots and the groups I did, I call them my kids because I went a little older than them when I was there. A lot of the underclassmen were more nerdier than us upperclassmen. But all my one shots, and all the mini campaigns I did were in my fraternity. So like it came full circle that I found the people to do all those things with. So it was great.
I keep finding parallels between our experiences in D&D, because my first D&D campaign was when I started to rush the fraternity that I later joined. Not on national council or anything, but that's what led to my first campaign, and now it's just continued for many years beyond that. But that's funny that, hey, fraternities, it leads to a lot of good stuff if you find that right group.
Yeah, absolutely. I will just at my chat, I haven't actually doxed myself. I just know that there's certain things that you guys could use to find me. So I'm telling you guys to do the gentlemanly and gentlewomanly thing, to not do it. No, my chat just give me a hard time. It's fine. But yes, I think it's like, I'm really thankful for that group. They were like my family away from family, not just like at college. It's because, I grew up in China, so like coming to the US was a big move and like a lot of culture shock. So I'm always really thankful for them. Literally, I was on call with my great 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 grandlittle. There's like I have a lot of when I say the reason I call them kids is just because like in terms of rush year, I was so early.
I guess we probably should explain.
Yeah,
what
I was like, I feel like you'd get me.
To the chat, because I get this jargon, but not everyone else might. So I guess, do you want to explain it?
Yeah, I'll explain. So basically, in a lot of fraternities or sororities, you have a big or a little, and they're just meant to be like both like a sibling, like older sibling, younger sibling, more so than like parent and child, and also like mentor mentee. I was in a professional fraternity, that's why. But me being me with all the found family energy I have, I think every semester I was active, I ended up taking a little. So then I think I have
how did
7.
your fraternity do bigs and littles? Because in mine was a service fraternity, and the way it worked was that the littles would be able to ask anyone in the fraternity who had, prior to the start of the initiation process, said that they were open to taking a little. So, if somebody was busy that semester, they could say, I'm just not open this semester. But otherwise, that let the initiates choose. So what was the system like for yours?
Yeah, that was pretty similar. I think for us, it's right before, also before initiation, we, those of us who want littles will like give like a top 3 in order, and then all the pledges are able to pick their top 3 as well, and then they try to match it best to their ability. So like I think one year, have I had twins? I did end up having a set of twins, like 2 littles in a semester, but it wasn't at the same time. Ironically, it was one of a really close friend of mine, her big ended up dropping, and she had wanted me to be her big anyways, and I had asked if I could have 2 that semester, but they were enough choices that they were like, you don't stop. They just told me to stop collecting kids. I think I had 6 by the time they were just like, Aria, stop. Like the fact that my first line goes, I think it goes great. So I have a little great grand little, great grand little, great great grand little, great 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 grand little, and like possibly as of this semester, a great 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 grand little.
That's fantastic.
They were just like, stop hoarding the children, and I was like, no, I do family dinners. Like I'm so fun. Like I do art night. Like come be my family. That's a problem. The whole VTubing sibling thing, definitely has filled a void in my heart. As we all know, my mama does have a lot of children out there, so I think it definitely filled that void for me.
Yep. Goodness, I never really actually thought of that parallel, but I suppose that just for the artists and the riggers out there, that just the brothers and sisters of those people, that it is sort of its own sort of fraternity. And because I know a lot of people who have similar artists really are able to just connect in a way that it's seemingly random, of just, we happen to choose the same artist, but that people take that and it becomes a bit of a bond. It becomes a found family thing.
I think it's also entirely up to the people if you want that relationship too. And I think honestly that's the same in a lot of these fraternity sorority organizations, because just because in the name you have it,
it is what you make of it.
Yeah, like I was never close to my big, not in a bad way, but I had a twin that when I was a pledge, and she like worked in the same office on campus and all that stuff, and I was just like, yeah, like so it's really similar actually, now that you pointed out.
I've had many mini rant on my show of just, I really love the VTubing community. It's very wholesome, very positive. That obviously when you get any large group of people, there's going to be a jerk, just statistical inevitability. But really the reason that I started Vtuber Talk was because I wanted to be able to get to know people, but also because I wanted to hopefully somewhere down the line become a place where people can go to find new people to follow themselves. And I'm still very early in that journey myself, but it's been so great to just meet people along the way and hear different stories, and be able to sort of help them share their stories with their viewers and with people who are trying to find somebody new to follow.
And I think that's awesome. Do you have any VTubers that you individually gravitate towards, or are you more like the variety and the widespread? So I'm trying to keep my
for me, it really is the personality that I suppose I'm not someone who is super into ASMR, but it was the type of thing that when I tuned in, that it was your personality, your storytelling that grabbed me, and it was just, all right, I don't dislike ASMR, but as long as the VTuber is able to, engage with the chat and has a good personality, that's really what keeps me, and that's what piques my interest, and that's what makes me want to have someone as a guest.
Yeah, the storytelling. I think maybe I am assuming. I kind of feel like that's how I've trapped most of my chat. It's a lot of them are like, I don't know what this ASMR thing is, but now here we are, and I'm like, ha ha ha.
Well, the thing that I've sort of started to notice is I think people who do ASMR have somewhat of a predisposition to storytelling.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Obviously not all ASMR is speaking, that some of it is sound effects that is not done vocally, but vocal ASMR is a very big part of ASMR as a whole. And just having hopped around, because that's one of the things of hosting the show, forces me to popcorn around to so many different streams trying to find new people. And it's something that I realized of, if someone's big thing, if it's not going to be playing games, it's going to be making sounds and talking, they're usually pretty good at talking.
For sure, I think that's what I've also noticed. I think it comes with, depending, again, like you said, what kind of ASMR artist. Like I think of like a lot of the roleplay ASMR artists. Like I think the first video I saw of Vividly ASMR VVs was an apocalypse one. I think I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Nobody quote me on anything ever. Yeah, I think for me it's the roleplay aspect that pulls me in out of curiosity. But ironically, it's not the kind of ASMR I listen to and relax though. So, but yeah, there's.
Well, I suppose on that note, what is the type of ASMR that you listen to and relax to?
I think like for me, when I do listen to ASMR, there's like two moods I'm in. There's the one where I just like, it's more like the ambiance. Like I want to be, not ambiance ASMR, I just want it to be like immersive. So that's, I think, what the storytelling side is, and that's when I've looked at. There are some like D&D inspired, like it's a fictional town. And then every video is like, oh, this is the shopkeeper for the wand, this is the tea shop, the apothecary shop. And a lot of the roleplay ones, I think that's when it comes in, is sometimes I just want to like immerse myself when I'm writing. I try to go for music or like things that set the mood. But when I listen to the other way of ASMR, I listen to is like for sleeping, and that generally is like no talking. Those are more like the trigger-based ones. I definitely like to listen to a lot of the Korean ASMR, the Chinese ASMRs. They just make things look so pretty and aesthetic. And I'm not even watching it, but like I know that it's pretty and aesthetic. And I think a lot of the ones are like touchy. Like I am pretty touch-starved. So I think the exception to the speaking ones I listen to fall asleep are like the comfort ones. Like, let me listen to this fake person be my boyfriend and tell me that I'm gonna be okay. Which is sometimes what we all need, though, when we like.
For sure, absolutely.
So I think that's actually what got me thinking I wanted to get into ASMR. Is I think by nature I want to make sure people are okay. So like I like this is a little embarrassing, guys. I think for me is that I realized I was doing a lot of like positive self-talk out loud. Or like a lot of self-soothing out loud, and I was like, I'm feeling a little crazy doing this, talking to myself, and if I recorded it for ASMR, I can at least pretend it's also for other people.
Yes, absolutely. 'Cause then I'm making content. I'm doing this for other people. It's not just because I've been inside for months and things are going a bit crazy, especially goodness knows, this past year in particular.
Oh yeah.
Everyone has needed a little bit of extra positivity and self-affirmation.
Absolutely. And I think like for me, that's when it really hit. Like I always said that Aria didn't start out as a VTuber. Like it started out, I made all the accounts June 15th when I was like, I want to make one of those like faces. All the ASMR artists I follow that are in person, I prefer the ones that are like faceless or like chin or nose down. And that's like what I was gonna do, but then I realized to do it IRL, all the production value that I respect and all the aesthetics, I was like, I'm moving, I can't like build a set, I can't do all this stuff, I don't have time to do all that audio layering and visual storytelling. So I was like, I need an alternative. And I think that's really where like VTubing for me came into play. I was like, oh, if I just like do this one time instead of just maybe an image I can play on a YouTube video, I can have a moving avatar and a story. And that's why there's the concept of like the dream, which is that the joke was like every ASMR alternative universe would be a separate dream. And that's why we are part of the fever dream, because you never know what's real and what's not. Everything comes back to storytelling.
And speaking of, preparing assets and putting together a set, I would like to thank you so much for putting this little set together. That for anyone who may have seen my past streams, I have a very simplistic setup. I have, top and bottom bars with information. I have the late night skyline background that is, stock image. You see it behind every late night talk show, and then a frame where I have the guest model. And that is it. I usually don't even have this little laptop. This was all Aria. When we decided earlier in the week, all right, you know what? Let's try something different. Let's do it on your channel. I had zero expectations. I figured I would just be a disembodied voice, as I am on my usual show. And she's like, I'll prepare a little something. And I was like, okay, but, don't overwork yourself or anything. And I log on tonight and see that she's not only made me a little laptop, but even this awesome desk that actually has my name on it and everything. And there's a non-zero chance that I will figure out some way to use this on my own stream in the future. So thank you.
I'm glad I could help. And also, it wasn't much work. We were doing this, no surprise to no one, 15 minutes before.
I mean, I wasn't going to tell them.
Well, I'm here for all the transparency, guys. You know all the stuff. Luna has settled down and she is now not on the keyboard, but I think she's settled. So just for the transparency's sake, that's where my attention might be going as I'm petting her. But yes.
So for when you are actually, doing ASMR yourself, do you have any favorite noises or triggers that I'm sure, there's probably aren't many, if any, that you dislike, but are there any that when you see that request, like, oh boy, I get to make this sound?
See, I'm lazy. I think for me, it's like a good sound, but also like low effort. And maybe like that sounds really horrible saying that to you guys. I think like I just overall, for one, again, going back to like my personal preference, I really like the ear touching, the ear rubbing ones, because that's for me what I really like listening to. And like if you're able to do like the head tappies, for me that's what I enjoy. And I think that requires the least props, so it stresses me out the least to do, because like it's just like my hands.
Yeah.
And then, because I think the hardest part with doing live ASMR is like the feedback I get isn't the most accurate, because it's not plugged into the 3DO, it's plugged into like, I don't have a sound mixer, it's plugged into like a different mic that functions as an interface. So I don't know what you guys are hearing, I can hear what I hear. So when I do things with other props, I don't know if it's like transferring as well. So that gives me a lot of anxiety. But yeah, I think for me, the ones I like to do, I haven't even been able to do yet, but today I was shopping on Amazon for things to try. So we'll see if we'll get them soon. Yeah, those.
Ooh, oh boy, do you want to tease any of them or keep them as a secret?
I'm trying to. My brain is also. I added way too many things to my Amazon cart. So I was like, oh, I should not have all this stuff here. Definitely. I really like the ear cleaning ones on YouTube. So I've been trying to look at things to do that. And I've been looking just at, like, in general as a person, I wanted more sensory toys. So I see a lot of them do it with the sounds, like the little bubble popper. So I've been looking at a lot of those for ASMR, and also because I would like to do things with my hands when I'm stressed. But yeah, those are the big ones.
Gotcha.
Yeah, nothing else though. Not nothing else. I'm learning. I'm a very new. I feel like that's the thing too. Is like, I'm so lucky that like growth has happened in the past month. But I like to remind everyone I've only been streaming consistently for a month. So I feel like I like have such bad imposter syndrome when people come in and they like expect like good ASMR, and I'm like, I have no fucking clue. We don't even know if the mic's gonna work the whole time. When people ask me for advice, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know. I just look at like what I like and try to follow.
I think you'd be surprised that, trust me, I am no stranger to imposter syndrome. It is something that I have realized is somewhat of an inevitability in most entertainment areas in particular, but basically any discipline that you yourself have enjoyed prior to becoming involved with it, pretty much everyone is going to be predisposed to imposter syndrome because they have this lofty mental image of, okay, these are the things that I've enjoyed, the people I've looked up to. So when things go well and people start asking you the types of things that you once asked, your just instinctual reaction is, oh, well, this can't be right. And then you realize, oh, wait, I'm answering these questions pretty easily. So I wouldn't discount yourself that, yeah, maybe you've only been doing it for a little bit, and we all have ways to go and a lot of different ways to grow, but, don't discount the experience that you do have.
I agree with that. I think just when it comes to ASMR, a month is loads of experience. But I agree. I think...
But that's a month more than the people asking you have.
And I think that's the biggest thing, too, that I've learned as well, is just, like, I'm someone who's very much a perfectionist. And I think the biggest thing in life that I, like, had to write it on, like, I have literally a sign behind me that, like, says strive for progress and not perfection. Because... growing up, there's so many things that I wanted to start earlier in life and I just never did because I was like ballet. I wanted to get back to ballet when I was 10 and they're like, you're too old. And you, like, any adult now, yeah, I look back, I was like, I was not too old. Like, I would have been too old to do it professionally, but I could have done it for 8 years until I was 18 and done it, like, as a hobby or done it, like, recreationally. And same with gymnastics and a lot of the things in life that, like, arguably I'm still not too old for ballet, but I'm not 10 anymore, Like, your body's not as good as it used to be. But yeah, like, I think that's what I always try to push myself. And whenever I feel, like, nervous, but even on stream, I'm like, if I just do it, if I don't like it, I can delete the VOD. But at the very least, like, if I don't try it once, I'm never going to try it. So, like, yeah, imposter syndrome.
Heck, that's exactly why I did this show. I knew I was not the first person to think of interviewing VTubers. I knew I was not going to be the biggest or the best, but it was the type of thing of just, all right, I want to try this out, and frankly, a lot of things, for me at least, really spawns from boredom. I do not like being bored, and when I'm bored, I decide to try something, and luckily, I'm very much the type to only try as many things at a time as I can handle. I don't, do a million different ones and then things all fall apart. Fortunately, I'm able to stay relatively focused, and but at the same time, I'm flying by the seat of my pants on my show as much as you, if not more so don't worry at all.
You shouldn't worry either. I think it's great that, like, I think there's something, not just in VTubing, I think a lot of online, like on TikTok and a lot of these, like, platforms, I think there's such a quickness to be like, oh, you're copying, or like, oh, this is not completely original. It's like, well, for a writer, they always tell us there's only like 13 stories to tell, or like 8 to 13, and they're like, we just dress it differently, and like that shouldn't stop you from trying, because you never know, like, what is your personal spin on it, and like what's gonna add to it, so
and that for me was just, from what I had seen, I realized, okay, nobody really leans into this late night talk show shtick. And I suppose I fancy myself being a little bit more buttoned up than the average interviewer, but also that I drill deep with my questions, that I don't ask, like I said, some of the simpler ones that might honestly be a bit more conventional and easier to work with, but I like these types of, deep conversations that we're into right now that we didn't necessarily expect to talk about, streaming and content creation philosophy, but here we are.
Here we are. You never know what to expect.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Now, apart from ASMR, when we were chatting, you were like, I'm not a big gamer, but I like to do a lot of IRL streams, which I have not actually seen any of your IRL streams, but some of the different ones that you were telling me about sounded really interesting.
Yeah, with Luna, IRL is a lot harder because IRL, she's looking right at me, and she is literally, she's petting my boob. Thanks, Luna. Some of the ones that we've done in the past, I think some of my favorite ones, definitely. Anytime I get to eat on stream, I think stream knows anything about me, I'm just like, can I order takeout and eat? And now and I get to say that it's ASMR, now they could be like, it's ASMR eating, guys. Like, thank you for supporting me.
Hey, that means it's tax deductible.
Oh, wait, sorry, Luna. trying to stop. Oh, no. Come on. I know. Just, you can lie down here, just not on the keyboard. Thank you. Sorry, she's actively trying to get onto the keyboard. Oh, babe, please don't. It's fine. Usually, that's a big thing is, like, I usually, in the past, put Luna in her room when I stream, because, like, she's doing now, she might turn off my laptop. Oh, please don't, Luna. But I feel really guilty.
Lay on the keyboard, just don't turn off the laptop.
She's able to do everything.
I'll compromise with you here.
Here, yeah, you can play with my hand. Okay. But that was a big thing. I always feel bad even if it's only for a couple hours. And I'm fully aware that when people go to work full time, you're not with your pet all day, but I've only had her in quarantine. But that was I will stretch in a bit. Thank you.
Stretching as well.
But yeah, like the most fun one was with Rin, because shout out to my twin, which basically I was like, I want to do. We both love food stuff as well, but also on the cooking and baking end. Oh my god, why is it all capped? But I was like, we should do something like a fun challenge. That's what I also watch a lot of on YouTube. Like, I always thought if I would be a content creator, it would also be, hi babe, hello my twin, who's debuting on May 1st, 8 p.m. Nope, that's the wrong time. Tell them the right time. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the most chaotic thing we did, I was like, Rin, I'm gonna ask you to collab with me, and you can pick a recipe and just tell me the ingredients. It was the most chaotic stream in the world, and the bunnies are not great. I know.
As long as it doesn't involve tarantulas.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think I wished Rin also tried the recipe first. I think that's the most funny realization was as we were doing. She was like, hindsight, maybe I should have picked something that I had made before.
Oh no.
Yeah, no fires, no nothing. I did have to remake the cake, and if we find the clip, there is a couple clips if anyone wants to not get banned possibly and share those. It was horrifying, but also so much fun, and I want to do them again. Hello, Jaja, hello. But with Luna, it's definitely a little harder. But I am definitely thinking of doing some if I like plan them out well, and that's a big reason why I don't stream. Usually I don't stream Mondays or Wednesdays, because I'm like, oh, if I keep spacing them out, then I can feel better. Like, then that whole Wednesday is like Luna's day, and I don't have to like put her away in her room. But we'll see. I definitely want to plan more IRL streams. They help me do things I always want to do anyway. And that was always been like my philosophy with streaming, is like holding me accountable to myself. And like making like art. Unfortunately, a lot of my art stuff is hands-on and not digital, so I can't really stream it easily unless I like do the overhead cams. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll do more. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
So I guess now that Luna has, made herself known and been, stealing a little bit of the limelight, maybe a little bit about Luna. You said you actually got her during quarantine.
I did. I got Luna. Actually, like, VTubing is older than how long I've had Luna. I got her in December. I moved to New York in the summer, in September when the new school year started, and I was like, oh, this is my parents' place. It's not a rental. I don't have to pay a pet fee. I should get a pet. And I actually tried to adopt for like 2 months, and it was like, at a certain point, rejection hurts, just like in life.
Yeah.
So I just like kept getting no's, and I knew I would, because I'm not American. There aren't bars on my, like, there's no like screen for my windows. So like inherently a lot of the rescue agencies are like, no, you can't have a cat if you, not that I would ever open windows here. But it's completely valid, and I didn't question it. But it definitely was like really painful, especially like the one of the cats, the first cats I applied for that I got rejected. I was checking the site months and months later, and she was still up for adoption. And it was just like really painful, because I was like I haven't had a pet in a while. My dog passed 2-3 years ago, but it was in Hong Kong. I hadn't seen them really since I went to college, but like I knew I wasn't ready for a pet for a while. But yeah, actually chat and like a lot of the stream community was low-key involved, because I was on such an emotional roller coaster getting her, because like it's the first thing that is like completely dependent on me as an individual, instead of like with roommates or like with a family. So I ended up getting her because one of the other national counselors also lives in New York, and they also got a ragdoll, and that was like on my list of breeds that I would consider, because I'm allergic. And like I kind of got the courage from them, because they also someone else also adopted during quarantine, got a dog, and they were like, they tried adopting as well, and knowing like their needs, And when I thought about it, I was like, I could use an emotional support animal, like more than just a pet, I think. And ragdolls are ranked number 1 for cats. And I went to like the reputable, I think it's like I can't remember the acronym right now, but I made sure it was like a list of reputable breeders. It was like the certified list, and I pretty much only looked at the ones that would be within Uberable distance from New York, because like I just got really weirded out by a lot of breeders will like send them on a plane and like get them to you, and I was like, no, like I'm not gonna do that to an animal. So it actually only narrowed it down to one place that was like in Brooklyn, and I pretty much just like I was like, and this person had, and it felt right. I don't know if that makes sense, because this person had like,
no, that makes sense.
like a 10-page application, and I for one was like, I'm very much like anxiety driven, but I wanted to make sure like I did all the research. I read books. I really read like 2 books on just being a cat owner, and then 2 on like ragdoll specifically. And I just like filled out the application. But what really like drew my eye to them was they literally had one line that was like, if you are international, like a student, I would possibly consider letting you guys like purchase one or adopt one, if only you can tell me that you've made a plan. And that for me like spoke about the seriousness of this breeder, because they were literally like, they literally make you sign like a contract, but even part of it is like, you can't disappear with this cat. Like you have to stay in touch with it. Not like the breeder, not for like every day, but like once a year on holidays. They just want to know, because they care so much about these animals. And I was like, this seems like not sketchy to me. And just out of like sheer coincidence, they were also from China, which I didn't know till like went to pick up the cat. But like Luna wasn't even like a little, like she's still a kitten. She was like maybe 6 months or like four or 5 months when I reached out. But it was like she was the only female kitten. She was like definitely like the last of her litter. Because I literally just was like, I don't care what they look like, just like give me the cheaper end of it, because I have no money. I am aware that this is a big investment, and I just don't really care what they look like, because a lot with ragdolls there's so many different ways they can look. I was like, I just wanted like a healthy female kitten. I just feel comfortable with girl cats and girl pets, and Luna was the one that was there, and her first name was actually Selena, which also means moon. So like Luna's full name is Selena Luna, because of that old Tumblr meme, like fucking moon. And I just think it's really hilarious that sometimes
that was going to be my next question of why Luna, and there we go.
Fucking moon. I just like, well, for a while I definitely knew it was like gonna be a moon related name, as my aesthetic is clear. Like I debuted on Halloween on a purposely, not just because it was Halloween, but it was a blue moon, which is like the second full moon a month. Yeah. So like just like I've always felt really drawn to it, so I was like, I would give her like a moon or star related name, and then Luna also for Luna Lovegood from Harry Potter. Also Luna is such a common name. I think now that I've named her Luna, I know a lot of people with a cat named Luna, and I was like, wow, I really
I point to Sailor Moon for that.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of people also assume too at the get-go, and I was like, sure, because I've never actually seen Sailor Moon. So like that's I will want to. It's on my list. There's a very long list of anime I need to watch.
To be fair, it's a very long anime.
I think it's also because it was one of the ones that I grew up around, but like I knew the Chinese name of it, and I just never connected the dots. Oh my god, Rin, we're twinning again. Because like, is it Tuxedo? Is that one of them? Or like
Tuxedo Mask is the name of the character.
Yeah, because they would say it a lot.
The 2 cat characters are Luna and Artemis.
Which I also like love the name Artemis too. Yeah, it was just really funny. So I was like, I'm not very creative, but on all of Luna's official paperwork, I wanted to honor the first name she had. So her full name is Selena Luna. But yeah, it's also really funny because my paladin worships Selune, so I was like, wow, I really
it's all connected.
I really dug myself into this. But yeah, and it was definitely like really great to ironically also be a VTuber at the time, because like a lot of friendly like VTubers I hadn't gotten to know that I was like admiring, I think they all kept saying my panic tweets about getting a cat, that I got a lot of reassuring DMs on like how to raise a cat, and like the offer to like so always sweet. Just talk to them about it, because I was freaking out. Like I got a panic attack after I put in like the deposit for her. I had to call my therapist and be like, I don't care if I lose the deposit money if I can't take care of this living creature. I don't deserve her. Like money is so important, but also like if I'm just gonna fail her, like I won't do it. And then my therapist was like, no, you got some issues coming up, a lot of childhood issues. And I was like, all right. But I think like having be able to talk about on stream, I had a lot of like panics during stream. I was like, guys, we're getting the cat, like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? And I think that's why we did the cooking stream. I think it was only like a week before I was gonna pick Luna up. I was like, I don't know if I'll ever do an IRL stream again, because like my cat will always be my priority, but we'll do one now. But yeah, so like she's important. I just wanted to make sure that she's gonna be taken care of. So yeah, I don't know where the fuck she is right now, but she's fine. She fell in the tub yesterday after stream. It was kind of hilarious.
Oh no.
It was like I was cleaning the tub, and so it was like barely any water in it, but then like because it was wet, she couldn't get out. Luna likes to sit in the tub when I use the restroom. She just really likes to, like, she did that when Rainty was here too. She liked to like follow us, just like wait in the tub. It's the second time she's jumped in the tub. I had to like chase her down to like blow dry her. She didn't like it, but I was like, you're gonna get a cold. So
how is she with water in general? Is she stereotypical cat, can't stand it?
I think so. I've only, like, again, it's only been twice that she's accidentally fallen into the tub. I couldn't, I don't think, I had to like chase her down with a towel and a blanket. Because I read that ragdolls, because they don't have an undercoat, they can get sick really easily if you don't dry them off really quick. You actually don't need to bathe them, so I was like panicking. I was like, also like, what if you got Lysol on you? Because I was cleaning the tub. She's fine. But yeah.
Yeah, certainly sounds like she is doing fine, very sprightly.
Yeah, she's doing good. I'm glad.
Now, you mentioned Luna Lovegood.
Yes.
And I know from at least a couple comments you made on stream that you are a big Harry Potter fan.
I am a very big Potterhead. Big pothead, guys.
So the obligatory first question is, which house?
Hufflepuff. I didn't have to, I'm not, that was not a hesitation. That was just, thank you. Achilles. I was a little distracted because someone, thank you. Yes, Hufflepuff. Through and through. Actually, I used to, it's weird because I don't know if you know, like, the joke about hybrid houses. So I used to really fall into Slytherin, but I don't know if that was the depression. But Slytherin and Hufflepuff tend to be the two that I am. Definitely Hufflepuff, though. Solidly Hufflepuff.
Yeah, the two that I generally fall into are Slytherin and Ravenclaw. That I want to say Ravenclaw, but then, I'm a very ambitious person, and that's a distinctly Slytherin trait, but,
they're a lot more well-rounded, I think, than, like, the stereotypes are, just because apparently J.K. Rowling is a turd supporter.
Yeah, we won't go into that whole escapade. We are just going to be, talking about the parts that are the parts that we enjoy.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite book among the series?
See, okay, this is the thing. I read it. Thank you, Drew. I'm actually rereading books right now. I read them when I was really, really young, and it's the reason, like, I think the reason Harry Potter has such an important place in my life. It's because it's the reason why I'm able to read fluently in English, because I'd watched the movies, and again, like witches and wizards, of course, I was gravitating towards it. And I was my first year in a Western school, international school, when I was 10, 5th grade. And I was reading at like a 1st grade level. So like I wanted to read Harry Potter because I was so interested about it, but the teachers and the librarian wouldn't let me because they were like, your reading comprehension isn't there. Which again, in hindsight, I think is valid considering that I don't remember a lot of the books. But I got so mad that they literally took it off my desk. And I was so bored with Ramona and Beezus and like Julebee and all like the really like Beverly Cleary books, which like were enjoyable, but I was like, there's no plot. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
like,
because it's the type of thing that while your reading comprehension might not be at that level yet, your actual mental comprehension is very much there. Even if it's not in that given language, I can completely see how, all right, you're reading this stuff in English and it's just like it's boring. I'm reading at a 5th grade level, and I want 5th grade level stories, and even if I can't get that in English, you still want that as a reader.
Yeah, and I think the hard thing was like I was in a weird position where I wasn't really like literate. Specifically speaks to like reading, if I'm remembering this correctly. So I wasn't really literate in any language, like because I could I spoke the way I speak now. I could speak fluently in English verbally, so no one just bothered to check if I could read. Like everyone kind of just forgot. And in the opposite was in Cantonese. I can read and write better than I could speak. but I wasn't at the level that my peers were at, because at home my parents spoke to me in English, and like everyone around me spoke to me in English. So like I was just at that weird phase, and like a lot of like, I would say, anime aside, a lot of like Asian child-oriented shows, because anime is not always necessarily child-oriented, are very boiled down in terms of plot. A lot of their morals based. So I was always just really bored, and like I would try, like we had to pay for Cartoon Network, so trying to get that like media to consume. It's why I think TV is so important. It's why I mastered in it. For school, I was just like, this is the only way I can consume content, because I can't read. But yeah, Harry Potter was really important, because like I literally am reading the first book now. Yeah, a lot of details I did not like. I know about it just from like my sheer nerdiness, that I know.
But you don't recall, like the actual passages. And admittedly, it's been a long time
Oh yeah, for sure.
since I've reread the first 2-3 books. I started reading them in, gosh, I want to say it was 3rd grade or so for me. But at that point, like the first 4 books-ish were out. It was somewhere in there. I think it was like the first 3 and the 4th came out when I was around 5th grade or something. But Harry Potter was one that I definitely grew up with, saw all the films, and for the 7th book release, I went to, I think it was a Barnes & Noble, back when those were still around.
They're still around.
With my father and my siblings, and we, waited until midnight and got the book, and then we ran to the car with our hands over our ears, because we didn't want anyone to, because you hear those horror stories of someone like yelling spoilers in the parking lot the night of the release. So we were aware of those possibilities and just plugged our ears and ran back. And I read that book overnight, and it was, I think I got, gosh, must have been like 75% of the way through the book that night, and finished it the next morning.
That's amazing. Because like I think like that's a thing that I missed on a lot of that classic childhood with those books coming out, because I feel like people don't react the same way they used to on, like, for Hunger Games, Twilight, Harry Potter. I always like missed it by a little, that hype. And like for me, I think that's why like the movies were so much more important, because like I remember watching Prisoner of Azkaban, specifically I think because of the Dementors, and I was so freaked out. But like I think I was in 2nd grade maybe, or a little older. Like I was not in international school yet, and I just remember it, I was being young enough, because I remember just like in Asia and Hong Kong, the apartment buildings are super tall. So like a lot of the residential ones are like 20, 30, 40 floors tall. So we have bars on our window, and I just remember just like staring out one of my windows being like thinking about Azkaban, thinking about bars, and I was like, what if a Dementor comes? Like, what if there's a Dementor? Always had an overactive imagination.
The design of the Dementors has actually aged very well. They are still as freaky as ever.
Still never want my soul sucked by evil person trying to like dig at your. It's basically, and then basically the worst part is like I think the author, she who must not be named, said they were based off her depression too. So you're just kind of like, it only got a little worse when you're older. You're like, oh, I get it now. I get what you represent.
Oh yeah.
But I think for me, it was like the most memorable is like after the last film, I got to watch it with my cousins in Canada. So like obviously in the West, there was a lot more that traditional like feeling, I think, of like, oh, this is the end. But I remember walking out of that theater and going, I remember the door closing behind me, and I was like, I feel like my childhood just ended. And I think I said that out loud to my cousin. I was like, I feel like something finished, and I don't know how to like process that.
And especially just, I don't know if that was the first time that I had that feeling, but I know it was among the first times for just people in our age group of really feeling that sort of finality.
Yeah. I mean, to speak about how like naive I was, speaking of firsts, did not know book characters could die, like main characters could die.
Ooh, oh dear.
So no, I ruined it for my cousins, and they will never, it's been 10 years, they will never let me forget, because we were talking about it, and I had like, because I was like in a lot of fandoms, I hadn't read the end, or either had finished the books already, so I knew about all the
anyone in the chat, statute of limitations for Harry Potter has long since passed, so spoiler warning.
Yeah, you can't hold this against me. It's too late, guys. You can't do this to me again. But basically, I flipped to the last page of the book, when they're at King's Cross Station with their children, and I just went like, they're like, don't spoil any deaths, like, and I was just like, oh, guess how many kids Harry has? And my my cousins are so mad at me because they're like, so he lives. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, like, he lived and you ruined it. And I was like, what do you mean he lived? Like, he could have died. Like, and I think I think they didn't. I think to this day they still don't understand that I genuinely did not understand that main characters. Like, I understood other characters could die, but I was like, you would never kill a main character, right?
You can't kill Harry Potter.
Yeah, I was like, he would never die. But yeah, and they still not let me forget. They're like, remember when she flipped to the last page? And I think I spoiled Dobby for my because they were siblings. They're my older cousins. I think I spoiled Dobby for for one of them, and I'm just still like, they still love to bring it, like, as cousins and siblings love to like bring it up.
Of course, yeah.
They're always like, remember when Aria ruined it? I'm like, excuse me, guys. I wasn't literate, okay? I would like some kindness that your cousin was illiterate. I feel like I needed to get some compassion there. No, but it's like a really funny memory for me because now I'm just like, yeah, hindsight.
And you like Harry Potter so much that you used it actually as the basis for your Animal Crossing island, correct?
I did, yes. I had a different island at first, and I think it was around the time when like everyone was starting to like give up on Animal Crossing that I was like, I'm bored. And I'd watch all of this, like the tutorials that came out. And I was like, I can do it. I can do this. So I basically took my entire island, and I made it so, like, you know how like every island has the river, so there's like usually the front part and the back part. Yeah. So I made the front part like the Muggle world. So there's like modern London.
Oh, and then so you actually separated and then have like...
the separation. And one day I'll eventually show it on stream. Eventually. Also, it's ironic because now all of the villagers occasionally call me Muggle. That's like the one that they like able to pass to each other, and then I made like custom robes for them. So like every now and then you'll see them walk around in house robes, and I'm jokingly like, oh, they're sorting themselves. Great.
Yep.
So when you walk in from the like the dock area, I guess, like the airport.
Yeah, the airport.
Yeah, you come in, and that's like I have a little stall area. And then if you go straight down, you'll get to the Leaky Cauldron, which is actually like, I took all of the profiles that you can make on your Switch and made them into houses. So there is like actually going to be a Leaky Cauldron there, and that takes you up to Diagon Alley up there, which is where like Nooks and the Able Sisters and all the stores are up there. And I'm making like more that like the illusion that it's really like there are a lot of stores there. And there's
That's
like
so cool.
main London, and I have like, I always forget how to say it, but like, you know where 4 Privet Drive is, like that whole town, something?
Yeah, Little Surrey, I think.
Something like that. But like I made that in the right corner of it with the beach, because at one point they go to, I didn't remember this, but apparently at one point there's about like a carnival or something, so I used all like that carnival stuff down there. And then like when you're by the river, I actually built like King's Cross and like platform 9 3/4, and I made it look like there's a train, and you have to like walk past like a secret platform 9 3/4.
Oh my gosh! Please make.
I will show this.
Don't do it on live stream. Like, make a video.
I want to, because I never
this
finished.
Sounds incredible.
Because I just like the best part really is just like the platform 9 3/4, and then like it takes you to where you would arrive on Hogwarts. And I take a real map of the Hogwarts grounds and basically put everything where it kind of should be? Yes. Maybe. It's not fully done, but is it accurate to the map? Even like in terms of like where the location is, Hogsmeade is in relative to Hogwarts. Yes. And I also have a little area with like, I always forget. I forgot their names, but is it Lucky? There's two of the characters are a little gothic, so I have a little Godric's Hollow with the graveyard, and then the Burrow is like closer up front.
Oh yeah, because Lucky is the mummified dog.
And then they live around Godric's Hollow in a little graveyard I made, and at the front you have like the Burrow, and like I have on that little island you get sometimes in the corner of your map, I have a little like shell cottage. Dobby's grave will be there. There's a sock. There's a port key to like. Oh, I made a Quidditch field too.
Oh yeah, I never even thought about that. Just using the socks.
So like it's like rough in my head, but I know that when I've shown people, they're like, this is already a lot. Oh, and I did the thing where like, you know how you can get your rocks into one place. So like, I did that.
It takes a lot of work to do that, but you can do it.
Yeah, I did it. So it's like in modern London. So when I was like, I'm assuming I'm gonna need a lot of iron and gold. I was like, I gotta put you guys somewhere I can mine you. But yeah, so I want to show that on stream one day. It's just like more setting up, and as we know, I'm very scuffed, I'm very lazy. It takes me a while to get to things, but I will eventually. I feel like that could be a nice comfy game. I can just grind it out and do it. We'll do ASMR on the 3DO while I play Animal Crossing.
Hey, Animal Crossing has, all these very natural sounds. There's the wind, there's the crunch of the leaves under your character's feet and everything. So maybe what you do is just you play, but you have the visuals turned off. So it's still ASMR. And then at the end of the stream, you turn on the visuals and everyone gets to see what you've been doing this whole time.
Wow, I like the suggestion because I also promises that I don't have to worry about doxing myself. Too many opportunities on the Switch. But yeah, no, I love that idea. Maybe I should do that. I think it'd be great. I love that. I'm gonna write that down.
Gosh, now I'm thinking about my Animal Crossing town, which I have not played in a little bit, that I'm a big Animal Crossing fan. I've been looking forward to it, and goodness knows that was the game that the world needed at that point in time.
Absolutely.
And it was supposed to come out in October 2019, but got delayed, and that delay, nobody knew it at the time, just ended up being almost fateful, because
honestly,
that is where I spent the vast majority of my March, April, and May, and just like I reconnected with people over Animal Crossing. I had birthday parties over Animal Crossing, and
really?
That was just how I was able to actually, visit friends when you can't visit friends.
I literally, speaking of like my littles, two of the ones who were in our campaign were dating. So because like my island had the most work put into it, I was like, do you guys need a place to do date night? So I like set up my island for them and made a little picnic spot to overlook all the stars.
That's adorable.
And I was like, alrighty, the rest of us are gonna go play tag. You two enjoy your date.
You need to keep the system active, because if you just go on idle, it'll kick them out.
So because before I decided to make the Harry Potter Island, when everyone was still playing Animal Crossing, I did have a fraternity house there for my kids to visit, because we because I really only play a lot of stuff more for like the social aspect, to bond, like to deepen the bonds with like people I already know IRL. So I was like, I'll do this. But it was really funny because like they were playing hide and seek too, and I think it's just the hilarious part of like them being the obnoxious young couple that they are, and like doing the matching emotes, and then just like I think they're playing like the instruments, like the pan flute and the other one, and it was just like really funny because I was like, okay, I feel old and I feel very called out for being single right now. Like, you guys have fun. I think it was because I had a meteor shower. I think that's why we were doing it. It's because I had this massive meteor shower.
Yeah.
And it was like romantic, but also I was like, okay, whoever needs stars, Celeste is on my island. Come, I'll keep it open. Rotate through. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad we had it when we had it.
That's fantastic. So, one of the other things that you mentioned to me that you're really into, which I am not super into, but I want to know more about, is DC Comics. And this is actually something that came up just when we were chatting earlier. I don't think you've actually discussed it much on stream, at least not when I've tuned in. So I don't know if maybe I'm hitting on some repeat stuff here, or if this is something new for chat.
I think we've talked about it a little, but I don't think we've gotten too much into it. I think lately my hyperfixation has been D&D, so we've been talking a little less of comics. I'm definitely both like a Marvel and DC fan, but I always say like DC Comics and animation, Marvel Cinematic Universe. But yeah, for DC, I think for me, I realized I have a lot of appreciation for things that brought me the people I'm closest with in life, and like that, because the best friend who got me into D&D, who I'm playing a campaign with, we actually met through DC Comics because we were in choir together and we were stationed next to each other. And during like, you know, when you do like teacher evaluations and stuff, where we used to have like choir tests, we had to like, I don't know what we were doing. I don't know what they tested us on, but I finished the test early and I was on Tumblr and I was just like looking at a bunch of Batman stuff. And then she like looked over at me, and like our school was like the smart kind of nerdy. Like most of the kids had like when we graduated senior year, they had a degree in math, a minor in math. But that's the level of like genius I was surrounded by. So not a lot of them liked a lot of the nerdy stuff. I will hydrate, thank you. But yeah, that's actually like, she definitely introduced me to the world way more. I was just always a bigger fan of like Batman Beyond, like the DC animated universe with the old like Batman the Animated Series and that's what introduced me to the world of like a show world, you know, like how all of those were the same timeline, and like I loved it so much. And for me specifically, again, like found family, we love that IO shows. I to this day still love Batman. I love specifically like all the Robins, and like that is the most classic example of found family, and it is so much more extensive than people realize because there's so many Robins. There's like so many Robins, and I love all of them and all the Batgirls and all of the other side characters. I think honestly probably more than like I like Batman, but like it's special place in my heart for sure.
Do you have a favorite Batman or a favorite Robin or Batgirl?
Jason Todd. I don't know. Jason Todd. I think just like he's the Red Hood. If anyone's ever seen the movie Under the Red Hood, they also made an interactive film end of last year, Death in the Family, based on the comics. It's really annoying because the online version isn't interactive, which is really dumb. So like in the DVD, you can choose I think there's like at least 10 different ways the story can go. But for some reason on HBO, they give you one default, and they just didn't even bother just like lining them up. Like, I understand on not being interactive, but you should just still give us the endings. Nah, they just give you like 40 minutes of like that one first, the default ending, which is a retelling of the film Under the Red Hood. It was basically like a follow-up film with multiple endings to build off the what if from the first film. And then they give you like 3 or 4 random shorts. And I was like, I'm very upset because I this is like a couple days ago. That's why I'm like, it's very fresh. But he is my favorite character. Gotham Red Hood. Are you talking specifically about like a line of comics or storyline? I might not. Is it from the Gotham TV show?
So I'll admit, like I said, I do not know a ton about DC Comics. All I really know about Marvel Comics even is from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I've seen all of those except for Doctor Strange, and I haven't
Doctor Strange is also the one I haven't seen. I've seen all the rest.
I haven't seen Ant-Man. That's the other one I haven't seen.
I think you like Ant-Man. It's like a really good one, actually.
I've heard good things, and I've heard good things about Doctor Strange as well. It certainly isn't an active avoidance, just, haven't gotten around to him.
Valid.
But when it comes to, just the classic paper comics, once again, not out of avoidance, but it's just never something I really got into.
They're hard to get
anime,
into.
Pretty big in video games, and well, something's got to give. And for me, that was just never investing any stat points in comics, as it were.
They're hard.
I've heard the name Jason Todd.
Yes.
Who is Jason Todd, and why is he so particular for you?
I'm just checking also with Fleek. Do you mean like the Gotham TV show that starred Jim Gordon? Or are you talking about like the Titans TV show that has a Jason Todd? Because those are, I didn't know Jason Todd. I don't think Jason Todd appears, like Red Hood doesn't appear. I could be wrong, because I don't think because it was about Gotham, to make it clear. Gotham was a TV show that focused on like Jim Gordon. So like, and versus Batman. So it's like Bruce is actually a kid in that. And then it ends up in the last episode, I think, is like suggests that he becomes Batman, or maybe the last season. I only watched the first half of it. And then Titans is a show that was on DC Universe that focused on like the cartoon Teen Titans.
Yeah,
it was a retelling.
I've seen all the cartoon Teen Titans, and I will absolutely rant about that with you once you finish telling me these stories.
Well, since you've seen Teen Titans, Red X.
Yes.
It's basically an alternative way that they did the Red Hood storyline.
Okay.
Which is why oh my god, my model froze. Which is why, and if like Teen Titans Go, which whatever, there is a line in a moment. They're like, "Are you actually Jason Todd?" It's an illusion. The fact that they kind of merged him. It's the same way how Slade in the comics is actually, I think,
Deathstroke.
Yeah, it's Deathstroke. It's Slade Wilson. Like little things like that they did. But so Jason Todd is, by most account, canonically considered usually the second Robin. Mm-hmm. He was basically, out of all of them, he's known as like the hothead. And he was found by Bruce when he literally was trying to steal the tires off the Batmobile. And then this was after Dick Grayson had left, and as you've seen in the Teen Titans shows, he became Nightwing. So there's different
Dick Grayson, because I've heard these names.
Yes.
I don't know their particular backstories. So, but this then establishes Robin from the Teen Titans comic as being Dick Grayson.
Yeah, they allude to it. So there's like that one scene where you see the trapeze artist. That's Dick Grayson's origin story, where he was part of the Flying Graysons, and his parents. There's different like stories of what like their parents are in trouble, but the circus basically the bad guy. I think it's Tony Zuko, basically like undid the screws of the trapeze, and his parents fell to their deaths. And like Bruce was watching from the audience, and that's what gets him to adopt the first Robin. So in Teen Titans canon, it's like accepted, even though they've never named him, because he becomes Nightwing. He's the only Robin who's taken on that persona in like the main timeline. But yeah, so Jason Todd is the second Robin, and he wasn't well liked in his comic run because the thing that happened, why the Red Hood even became a thing, which is like maybe why I love him even more. Basically, they had fans, like real life fans, a vote on whether they should kill this Robin.
Oh.
And I think by 2 votes or something ridiculous like that, they were like, yeah, kill the kid. And they did. And it was graphic. And like it was like a while later that they brought him back as Red Hood. And honestly, I think it's like if you've ever played the video game Arkham Knight.
I have not, but I've seen some other people play it, so I do know a bit about
That's Jason Todd. That is the it's like it's again another retelling of the Red Hood. The whole like Arkham Knight, people like clicked in their heads. It's like, oh, it's basically the Red Hood. So like it's he's more beloved as a character coming back from the dead, as this new anti-hero, because he's the one who was willing to kill now. He is the one who uses guns. And I think, but particularly why I think I was drawn to him, because I was like a role player when I was growing up. For me, the first fandom I really, like my primary fandom I used to write in when I was growing up, again, what helped me with my English literacy was writing and reading. So a lot of it were in groups within the DC universe, and I had like an OC who was like a Bat kid, and I think just by so like circumstances, another role player who tended to role play Jason Todd character was always really close to mine, like an older sibling figure. So it's like by fondness of like those like role played relationships, made them all fonder. Like I think that's why Bat family will always have a very fond place, because like my indirect IRL found family, we use those personas to facilitate like that closeness. So I think for me, that's why Jason Todd will always have like a special place for me.
Gotcha. That's so cool. Of just how it's sort of a constant thread for you, just between this and for Harry Potter and for D&D and storytelling as a whole, that you, as you mentioned, you had your fondness for found family, but also that all of these different, franchises and mediums are woven into just how you became who you are today in a very literal sense, because they were formative for you, and a lot of it once again comes back to language and how you learn to express yourself. And obviously for someone who is a creative, who is a writer, that is everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think even VTubing, like I am very conscious about, I think, all of my energy and intentions and hobbies, because like a big thing why I started, like, I think what led me down to IRL streaming and just streaming in whole was League, and League came into my life as a way to connect with my younger brother again, because we started living apart, because he was like a pro tennis player, like not like pro, but like he was traveling the world playing tennis, and it happened to be the game that my roommate in college and the 2 girls next door and how I met Sarah, who was living on my floor freshman year of college, was like League. So then it was like League, and then Sarah going into streaming, and like all my friends around us having those similar hobbies that tend to like guide me into these things, and like becoming a VTuber, a large part was TikTok possibly getting removed. But a lot of it was like Sarah and I joking about like, oh, we can play games together again. Like we just did It Takes Two yesterday, and like being able to make sure that everything I do and all my hobbies all go back into like relationships and still feel intentional. I think that's a thing. I don't ever want to do things not like they don't go anywhere, but they don't serve a higher purpose, which might be a problem, because maybe you should just enjoy things as they are. But when I became a VTuber, like my very realistic expectation was like, because TikTok was going away, and that's like where I found a lot of like peers to do cosplaying in the Harry Potter fandom and a lot of fandoms on TikTok, I literally told myself, I was like, I just want to make like one good friend. And I've told Rin this because Rin is that friend, my witch twin, who we literally twin in a way that's terrifying at times. But yeah, and like I've told her this, and I've said it to chat, like I just wanted to make that one good friend, and I have, and I feel like as much as everything else has gone incredible, like being VTuber and like quote unquote success or whatever happens, like for me it came down to like if I made a good genuine friendship out of it and felt a sense of like community, and doesn't have to be like that big community I think people think of. I think of just like a good like friendship built on similar interests, because I think I lacked that a lot growing up, because even like the story about in college with like Sarah and our other roommates with D&D was like, you know, we did PC gaming, we did D&D together, we tried it together, but then both of them were still not quite into film the way, and there's a similar way like with you, how comic was the one thing you didn't really invest in, was very similar. Like we used to joke that like PAX was one of our friends' cons that really much was like Sarah's con, very much defined them, and then like Anime Boston was like another con for our other friend, and then for me it would be Comic-Con. And I think it was like it's like gaming and anime can go close enough that it's very common for people to like enjoy both, but like live TV shows and comics just tend to fall a little further than that. So it's not like we couldn't be nerdy together, but it was not quite there. And I think I was always still trying to find people more in that like sphere and interest. Same with ASMR. It's like a niche within a niche of VTubing, you know? So it's like finding this niche.
Yeah. So in terms of Comic-Con, did you have a particular Comic-Con that you enjoyed? Because obviously there are many Comic-Cons.
I've never been. My dream is to go to San Diego Comic-Con. Hasn't happened yet. It will one day. The dream is to be able to present the show that I'm part of on there. I think it's so hard. I have to maybe say I was so lucky to go to like one of the London Comic-Cons, and the voice from Batman the Animated Series, Kevin Conroy, gave us like a talk there, and like it's like I got to sit front row, and it was just like I was just utterly like shaking. Like it was again one of the things with my friend who came with me was a theater kid, so she also was like, it's like close enough but not quite. Like we were watching a lot of shows together in London on the West End together, so she was like obviously gonna come with me because again it was like a city we weren't from, so she's like, yeah, I'll go with you. So it's like she couldn't quite grasp the excitement, but like, and that's also when I got my first loot box, because I never knew what like those like mystery boxes were, and I got a Harry Potter one, and we did it like an unboxing back when I thought I would do vlogging, and it was like the coolest. I think it was like 20 pounds, and it was like super cheap, but it was like like so much good crap. Like I got like an actual like Snape's wand in it, but I got like it was like an unbelievable amount of stuff was in that box for 20 like 25 30 like USD. But I think it's just the excitement of like sitting on the floor with like that con food that isn't quite good, or you pay like a ridiculous amount of money for like that one really good snack. Sitting in the corner, I don't think I was in cosplay, but I was like head to toe in Hufflepuff or Batman gear, one or the other, and just like sitting on the floor with like my really good friend, and I did that study board. She's like my best friend. We're still in touch. Like enjoying that experience together, I think what's made it special, because the other Comic-Cons I went to, I've usually gone alone, or Sarah's joined me for one day, but I think having that like whole con with like a really good friend, and then getting that experience, I was just like,
cons are it's so different when you're going with friends. I've been fortunate enough to go to a lot of cons and to be able to work a large number of cons, and actually, to make a terribly long story short, the very first convention that I ever worked was San Diego Comic-Con at a very large booth.
So jealous.
And it happened due to a lot of happenstance led to that moment. And it was really unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. And at the end of that weekend, I was like, holy cow, this was incredible.
Oh, for sure.
And I figured, well, if I can handle working San Diego Comic-Con, I can probably handle most shows. So I started working more and more shows from there, and that's sort of what happens when you dive headfirst into the abyss of just the madness. And it was the type of thing of not only was it the crush of people, but because Comic-Con is Comic-Con, it would be
San
all right
Diego's
occasionally. Why is traffic on this side of our booth suddenly choked? Where has everyone gone? Oh, I see. Security is escorting the entire cast of the Expendables to the Universal booth or wherever it was. And just another time, why is there suddenly a huge crush of people on the west end of the booth? Like, we can't get anyone through. We need to get these people out. What's going on? Oh, it's the cast of the Hunger Games.
Yeah. I think like
And
San Diego, compared to most cons, is like that utter star power is like unparalleled.
Yeah. And it's very different as someone who's working it versus someone who's attending. And the thing is, I don't know if I would ever want to attend because everything is so crazy and the lines are so long. Like, I love the energy. Don't get me wrong. Like, I am an extrovert, and the reason that I enjoy cons so much is because I love their energy, that I can be in the middle of a hectic con floor, like sitting down after standing for 4 hours or whatever, eating that crappy con food, and that is me in my zen state. Just, I love that. I live for that, and it is one of the things I've missed most over this past year, and I can't wait to get back to it.
I get you. I mean, I think the difference for me is that, like, San Diego specifically, I say that's the dream con if I make it in my professional career.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're a fan of that stuff, you should try to go at least once and really gauge for yourself, all right, is that the type of con experience you enjoy? Because maybe it is, but it is so inherently different from every other con, just not only in terms of scale, but just, you know, the type of events that are going on there. And it was incredible to be a part of, even as it was sort of, you know, for me, behind the scenes, quote unquote. But yeah, and I know for me, my favorite convention is one called MagFest, which is Music and Gaming Festival, which is held just outside of DC, and just it's video games and video game music for 4 days, and it is a 24-hour con. They have this massive arcade and game hall, so they'll bring in 300 arcade cabinets, 500 TVs and consoles, and that's open 24/7 throughout the con, start to end.
That's awesome.
And panels will go from like 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. So you can really just be going basically all day. And for me, that's my personal favorite. But yeah, I'm just a big con advocate in general, that once things go back to normal, or as normal as they're gonna get, and is safe to gather in big groups again, for anyone in the chat, if you've never been to a con before, find a con to go to, find some friends, go together, you will have a great time.
I think like that is like friends at con, I think is like the epitome, for me at least, like what a great con is. Because when I think about it, like, because like I think for me, Boston Comic Con, I got to like, I've had my picture taken with Stan Lee and like awesome stuff like that. But I think for me, I would have to say now, having been to like PAX, having been to like AB, I think TwitchCon is usually my favorite, but it's because like I get to see all my friends in person. And it is like, I also think, to be fair, and I don't know if you felt this, if you've gone to cons like from the city you live in, and then like traveling for a con, like those are two completely different experiences. I feel like you just go way harder when it's an away con versus like the cons. We were so lucky in Boston to have so many cons that came to us, but going back to your apartment and not staying at the hotel, because like half the fun is going back to the hotel and being with everyone.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I guess, so I grew up in Maryland. I've said this on streams before, but I grew up in the suburbs, about, you know, half hour, 45 minutes from DC, Baltimore. So it was just far enough that I never wanted to go back home for a con, even if there was one like Otakon was in Baltimore, now is in DC. I always still got a hotel. So I've never had that commute, because I've just heard from others and know sort of intuitively, exactly like you said, being at the con and being able to go back to the hotel is a huge amount of the experience, and just staying up late, chatting with friends. And one of my mantras is, conventions are for many things, sleep is not one of them. You get, get enough sleep to survive, get 6-7 hours a night. But
ooh, that's liberal.
That's liberal. Don't sleep in.
Oh, that's
don't
liberal.
Sleep in. Really use your time.
I think like that's the hardest thing for me, is that when I actually have a really funny story about my first con. My very first con was PAX East, and it was because one of my SAR, my best friend from uni, had gotten, so she's a cosplayer, so she had gotten a ticket to go, and I'll stretch. And basically it was the weekend of my birthday, And I hadn't, like, I'd always wanted to go to cons. Like, I'd always, like, again, growing up in Asia, I only came to the US when I was 18 to start college. So I'd never really lived in Canada or the US. I'd only been here on vacation. So, like, there were a lot of things I was like, oh, I know what cons are and I know I would like them, but I don't know if I would like them. I've never, like, I know I wanted to cosplay. I never have cosplayed. But she had cosplayed as Vane. And she had worked on the weapon in our dorms. And it was, like, the big weapon. I think it was, like, KSI? One of them with a huge weapon.
Sure.
But I was helping.
I've never been a cosplayer, but I distinctly remember friends, putting together their cosplays in their dorm rooms, having to transport them to the con, or just, I'll go to visit someone and they'll be like, oh, don't worry about the mess over there. It's a cosplay I'm working on. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were both freshmen at the time. So she hadn't gone, so, like, I was like, oh, if you're worried, especially because we didn't know if PAX specifically, and PAX it's not really a cosplay con. It's, like, a little more so now, but back then definitely wasn't as much.
No, and PAX is sort of an interesting hybrid that it's not quite the pure exhibition con that you have for something like Comic-Con, but it's also not what you get from an anime con per se. It's sort of a blend of the two.
Yeah. And I think, like, because she was going alone, girls, you get very, like, are you gonna be okay? So I went with her. PAX, the convention center in Boston, is attached to a hotel. So, like, I went there and we had lunch, and it was, like, I think the day after was my birthday. And so I got her there.
I've never been to PAX East. It's the same convention center that hosts Anime Boston.
Anime Boston's usually at the smaller one.
Okay, because I know Anime Boston is also attached to. It's attached to a mall.
Yeah, it's attached to a mall, which is it's attached to Prudential, which is, like, why that one's, like, a little, not, like, safer. That one, it was just, like, it's connected to the subway. The bigger thing with the big one that PAX is attached to is, like, you have to take an Uber or Lyft, because like it's out in the city. It's, like, across the river. Not like it kind of is across the river, but it's, like, it's not as easy to get home from. It's, like, I think a 30-minute car versus, like, you could just tee from the Heinz, or just, like, it's just easier to get around. So I ended up going to PAX the next day because she had matched, I think, on Tinder, or I don't know how, maybe through a game of League. She had matched with the son of someone at one of the gaming companies who had an exhibitioner's pass, and he was, like, just flirting really hard with her. And talking about how she could go on, and then she just brought up the fact that it was my birthday the next day. And Sarah is the most sweet, genuine person in the world. Like, we didn't think of that. It was like, oh, you're flirting and do something. It was just like they were just talking, and he was like, oh, why don't you come out with your friend, like, on the at the Saturday or the Sunday, and I can, like, hand over my pass to her. So it was like we met them at the Boston Common because there was a big food festival that was hosted by, like, our college. We wanted to support another friend, and we were just doing it to, like, support friends and have, like, a fun birthday and get, like, cool, like, Japanese, because it's, like, in the spring. And then she wanted to meet, like, a streamer or a panel, so we were in just such a rush that, like, we met him, and then he handed off the badge, and then she just, like, she's a very one-track mind sweetheart, and she was like, oh my god, we gotta like call a Lyft right now to get to the con. And we just, like, and I was just like, I okay, this is, like, your gift to me. Like, I have no idea what this con even really is, because, like, at the time I really wasn't. I still, like, not that really into gaming. I like gaming, but very casually. So I was like, this feels like a very, wow, okay, cool, okay, I'm down, let's go. But it was, like, it's, like, such a funny, like, fun story we have, because we were like, we just left him with our other friends who were running the festival, the booth at the food festival. We were, like, in hindsight, and I just remember, like, on the Lyft ride being like, did we say bye? And then she was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, oh shit. Like, and I was like, I know, I was like, I get it. You want to see this person so bad. And, like, and she was right in terms of timing, because we got there, like, right when, like, the booth was going to close, like, 5 minutes before they were done signing and meeting people.
So she did get to meet.
She did, and it was great.
Okay,
and
good.
Because it was like no one was really there, so she got to have, like, an actual conversation, and they were like she was having fun. I was just, like, nodding. I was like, all right, like, I don't know these people.
Yeah, just, I don't know, you're nodding. You know, your friend's happy, and you're happy for them.
And I was just remembering, like, oh, this is a con. Like, this is it. And then, like, Anime Boston's, like, right after, usually a month after, or a couple weeks. I think this year, I think it was weird. Anime Boston was a couple weeks after. So then I got to go to AB with her, and that one we did prep cosplays, and, like, that one, like, I did. Felt like you said, it's not as much of a hybrid. It's more like traditional anime con. So, like, you know, you get the masquerade and all that stuff, and it's more like comfortable. But I think it's just like the funniest story that my first con is just like we conned someone out of their badge.
So did you end up? I guess you had to meet up with them again later to.
No, because it was the
return
last day. It was the
badge.
last day, so it didn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was the Sunday, so that's why it was like the Sunday afternoon, especially. So we didn't. We did promise to play League with them, and the person was just really. They weren't mad about the ticket because like they didn't pay. They were just getting an exhibitor's badge, but they were just like a very salty League player, and we were just like, buddy, no. But it's like such a funny thing because like, yeah, we did Boruto and Sasuke and oh my god, I can't remember her name. Sakura's daughter. Yeah, Sarada, like the daughter, and I like.
I think I
yeah,
have
Sarada.
enough just general knowledge. I didn't watch any Naruto past like the first arc of Shippuden, and I don't watch Boruto, but I see the memes.
It was because that was the year the Boruto movie came out, I think. So like, I very much again like I'll do things for my friends. Like you want to do a cosplay, I'll whatever you need, I will be. If they have a pet dragon, I will happily go as Pikachu to your Ash or whatever you need.
That is a good friend right there. Just find you someone who will join your cosplay even when they have no idea what they are cosplaying.
Well, did I read the wiki as a writer? Did I read the wiki? Then before going in, I was like, I need to understand my character motivations. I did.
And you even put in effort. That's great.
But yeah, and it was like super funny because then we did that. I think we did like Miraculous. This is the first season of Miraculous. Ladybug came out. But yeah, it was like tons of fun. I think like it's a great, like I definitely since then, usually before COVID, at least like 3 to 4 cons a year, and like I do really miss it, I think.
Yeah, looking forward to when we can get back to it.
Absolutely.
So when it comes to anime, you haven't seen Naruto or Boruto. What anime do you have any favorites?
Favorites? Ooh, this is always hard. I think again, like I think the hard thing for me is a lot of the favorites are all tied to like role play memories or just like the friendships out of it.
That's just as valid.
I think it'll really Black Butler, which again I liked it before I knew all the like I got exposed to the U.S. culture of it. But ironically, it was when I was still role playing as the Jason Todd's younger sibling's character is when I role played with a CL Phantom Hive, and they were just friends. And like I don't know, it's like the beautiful thing about Tumblr roleplay or fanfic roleplay is how you'd mash worlds, and it was like basically like a superhero on a mission runs into kid with a demon, and she got sick. She got sick. They thought it was ironically they thought it was like some kind of like disease, but it was just like demons were like possessing people. So I think like I started watching it because I had no context to this show of the person I was writing with, and I was like, I'm gonna watch it.
So like, I have not seen all of Black Butler. I've seen like
I haven't seen all of that either.
6 or so episodes of season 1. I remember it was okay.
I think it was like the first not. Okay, so I'm really bad at the genres of anime, so I'm not gonna know what's like a shoujin or whatever. I'm probably not even saying that right, but I think it was the first one that wasn't a very like young girly magic girl one that I watched. I think that's why it stuck out to me, because like I would say like in terms of like favorites, because like I watched them growing up, would be like Mermaid Melody, Pitch Pitch. Like I love you want to be a singing mermaid and there's romance, love that. Like Sugar Sugar Rune, like Sugar Rune with witches, like
just
love
basically the magical girl genre.
Yeah, and I think for me was like that was the first departure. It was like really dark, so I was like, wow, I'm kind of into this. And then like very in the similar vein, Attack on Titan was one of the early ones I'd also had seen, so I think like those ones stuck out. But I didn't even know that they took such a long break, because I didn't realize I hadn't watched.
It was an unusually long break.
I just like I caught up with it, not the most recent stuff that's been coming out like before this most recent season, and I know what happens in the end. There's even no spoilers because I haven't caught up yet.
Yeah. So I've seen all of the anime because they called it the final season. It was the first half of the final season. It's not actually done.
Okay.
But the manga itself actually ended like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
I have not read the manga. I just watched the anime because I enjoy seeing things in color and motion. So I have fortunately, knock on wood, hopefully stay that way, avoided the manga spoilers, so no need to worry about that for me at the very least.
Yeah, I don't mind spoilers. Actually, honestly, in a really weird way, I like to spoil myself. I'm not going to say any.
But anyways, I can assure you that the anime has remained very, very good.
Yeah, no. I was going to say I caught up last Christmas. Because when we went back earlier, when we brought up My Hero Academia, I definitely do things. It might be the ADHD, hyperfixation. I cycle through things. So because my friend had been begging me to watch it forever, and I just wasn't in the mood. And then she sat me down, trapped me. She was making me watch Critical Role clips, and also she knew we've been friends for 10 years. She knew how to trap me. She was like, watch these compilations, and now watch the first episode. Oh yeah. We started watching it like Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, so she started watching on Wednesday, and like we were doing other stuff the first half of the week. No, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we were just sitting there finishing My Hero.
That's great.
I finished it.
It's one of those shows that it gets a lot of hype, but gosh, it deserves the hype it gets. It's really good.
It is really good. I think I do agree with the whole I love Izuku Midoriya. I love that he is so emotional, but I did get the criticism the first couple episodes that he cried a lot, because I had just I think I had no context. The thing was she was making me watch, which she knows how I work. It's just to trick me. It's like leaving little when you're tempting your pet, or you're just trying to lure someone in, you give them little breadcrumbs.
Yep.
So she knew what she was doing. And then I rewatch a lot of the stuff that she may watch, even Critical Role, a lot of stuff that I now understand context. It's so much better now that I understand who Jester is. But yeah, I definitely appreciate it. And going off that, I caught up with Fruit, the most recent of Fruit Basket, and then I caught up all the way up till the most recent stuff of Attack on Titan. It was right before this new season came out, because I wanted to be caught up. If I decided I wanted to watch, I'm just starting to get in a new anime mood. I just finished Erased earlier this weekend.
Yeah. I have not seen all that one. I've seen the first 2 episodes. If you like that type of time travel sort of thriller, there's actually one this season called Tokyo Revengers.
I've heard of it, yes.
At least from what I can tell, like I said, I have not seen all of Erased, but it's also working with a time travel, we need to change the past to change the future type of shtick. So that one might be up your alley. And also the last season of Fruits Basket just began as well.
I know.
Because I did not see the original Fruits Basket back in the early 2000s, but I did watch all through the first 2 seasons of the remake that started in 2019, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
I think it's that one, and obviously the classic Ouran High School Host Club. That was my comfort show.
Oh my goodness. That Ouran was the show that I used to get my little sister into anime.
Good one, a really good one. I love that Luna has decided to sleep on the couch. She just was like, she never sleeps on the couch. She's like, she's mad at me, it's fine. She's very cute though. No, definitely, I think I'm definitely probably gonna fall back in the anime hole soon. For me, the hardest part is carving out time, because I'm someone who's trying to break into the TV industry. So part of the beautiful thing is that part of my job is literally watching TV, because people in the industry expect you to be able to talk about the most recent shows. So I have a really hard time keeping up and being in the mood. Right now, I'm finally catching up with years of Grey's Anatomy, because they've been some on point episodes about how they've been dealing with how a lot of shows have been writing in the pandemic and stuff. But I think soon I think because of the spring, because My Hero is back, and I also want to watch The Devil's Part-Timer. I know Promised Neverland. There's a long list that once I start, I'll probably be finishing a series every 2 days or 3 days, because that's how I tend to consume content. Yeah, we'll see. If I don't stream for a week, you guys knew that I'm trying to catch up on TV shows.
Chat has been warned. So
yeah.
You said you want to work in TV, and it's something that's sort of come up every now and again. I suppose my gut instinct from what I know so far is that you would want to be a writer. Is that correct? Or is there a different aspect of production that you're interested in?
Definitely. Well, I think the ultimate goal is what they call a showrunner, which for TV is the big boss in charge. Basically, they make all
producer.
Producer. My degree was actually in producing and writing. It's one of the few degrees that is so specifically those 2 things, and I was like, that's it. That's the degree for me. But yeah, producing, I think that is a big part of my brain. There's the creative side, but also with my undergrad degree, I did one in film and TV, and the other one's in mass communication, specifically in advertising. And social media advertising. So there's always been 2 distinct sides of my personalities, I would think, and I I think everything I try to do in life tries to merge the two, which is why VTubing ended up being a thing and like being a
Yeah,
cosplayer.
this makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And that was a bit of it for me as well, of just, all right, I wanted to get involved in the community somehow, and I knew I didn't want to be a VTuber myself. I enjoy playing games, but I was just like, there's so many streamers and VTubers out there, and I don't feel like I'd be able to contribute anything that is truly original. But, you know, I am good at production, I'm good at organization, I'm good at communication, I'm good at coordination. And even if the assets and whatnot that I use for my stream are a little bit jerry-rigged, not super clean, it's the type of thing that I'm very good at coordinating with people. Of just, we actually went back and forth for a week or two because you've been busy, and I've all the while just been coordinating with other people for other shows to make sure that I'm able to continue at my clip of one a week, because that's a very important goal for me, of just keep things going. I'm not even actually streaming enough to get affiliate, but that's fine because this isn't my main thing. I'm not trying to make it my career, but for me, it's a passion project that I want to make sure that I hold myself to, and I also enjoy it for getting this type of experience, because one of the things that I found having done some live event production is that good communication and coordination is surprisingly difficult to come by. And I feel that I have a bit of a knack for it. I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but I'd realized, okay, these are some things that come a bit more naturally to me than it seems to come for others. So part of this whole show for me has been just, all right, continuing to develop that skill set of the outreach and the coordination, everything I do with my pre-interviews, and even just leading up to and after the show itself. Of this is, for both of us, in a way, a bit of professional development, that for you being able to produce and coordinate all your streams, all the different things that go into it, that you do, frankly, much more work than I do. And for us, it's something that we do because we enjoy, but also because we're trying to hone these other skill sets. And I get the feeling that we're similar in sort of the ambition side of we want to be able to eventually, even if we don't know exactly how, apply the things that we learn, for me from Vtuber Talk, for you from doing ASMR and streaming as a whole, to other things down the line.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. I think for me, I always say, like, oh, thank you for the follow, welcome. You're not a daydreamer. I haven't been doing this whole stream. I apologize. But for me, like, one of my internships when I was in LA was with Fine Brothers Entertainment. So the ones who like did all the React videos. That's what they're known for.
Yeah.
I think for me, like, I always knew growing up in China, a big thing that motivated me was when the censorship started happening, because I moved to Shanghai, which is, Hong Kong isn't part of where a lot of the censorship happens, but Shanghai is. So I like watched YouTube go away. Like, we woke up one day and I couldn't find Teen Titan clips on YouTube because YouTube stopped working. And I think just like growing that in a really formative, because that was when I was 12, 13, 14, like those formative years of seeing like those forms of entertainment that I was familiar with go away. It's really motivate me in like how to be a storyteller and like what kind of stories I can tell, because I didn't resonate the ones around me. And that's why even like media, like social media, like always fascinates me, because like it's a very different culture on the East than it is in the West. And yeah, like the ambition side coming to like VTubing, I think the reality of it is that like it's something that like I'm open with, but I think I don't talk about on a stream. Like my goal to hit, like possibly if I were to hit partnership, it's not even about the partnership. It's like in a really fucked up way. I could possibly leverage that for a visa to stay in this country. And that's like a very weird way to look at it, that applying for a visa would be easier if you have social media numbers. And I think for me, I always say that like being a content creator online, as much as I love it, like making TikTok cosplays, like all the edits, it's still my way of role playing. It's still all the ways I love, and that's why this is not like a chore. This isn't like it's a hobby, but it's like the path to something more. It's like, unfortunately, it's a really realistic way of looking at it. It's not just like hypothetical, the money you would make as a partner on Twitch. It's like I could leverage this with a lawyer to argue for a visa to stay here and then get a job in Hollywood. And like, and that's why from day one, when I debuted, I was like, I don't know how long I will do this because I have to put my career first, because as much as I enjoy doing this, for me, the storytelling and doing that collaboratively will always be like the biggest thing for me comparatively, which is also why I like want to do D&D. Like, come on, like if you give me that, like this will be easier. Not that this isn't easy. I think there's, like you said, there's so much work to all the streamers, all the VTubers out there, just all streamers. There's so much work that goes on behind the scenes, and especially I would say in VTubing more than other streaming communities, because
because there's literally an entire other layer of work.
It's not even just the work, it's the investment. It's the investment of your time, but it's the investment of your money. And that's why, like, I've had young people come to my chat, like young teens, who are like, I want to be a VTuber. And I'm like, okay, if you can do your own V-Roid model, like 3D model, that's how I thought I was going to start. I literally built an Aria through like the really cheap, you can use like some of the assets you can buy for like outfits and stuff. And then I realized, like, when I thought TikTok was going away, I was like, I would be spending money on cosplay stuff anyway. Maybe this is the investment. If I'm really gonna like throw myself into that, I should at least make a good initial investment, because like you need it to lead somewhere. And I think that's like not like the lie I see a lot of people tell. It's like you don't like the whole like you don't need a lot of money to be a good VTuber. It's like, that's true, you don't. But there is an inherent surface level of judgment that comes along with the quality. And yeah, a lot of it you can do yourself, like the assets I made for you in your corner, I like made on Canva. And you can do so much of it yourself when it comes to like a model, unless you can do the art. So it's like either you commit your time or your money or talent, you know? And I think that's like the really hard thing that a lot of people don't see behind all streamers, not just VTubers. That it's like thinking of content, like for you, thinking like putting the work to like do a pre-interview once a week, and you're only doing one stream a week, trying to find guests and making sure, what if they fall through, like I wasn't really responsive, like what do you do then? And I wish that's something that we could be a little more transparent about, because it's not judgment on other people who don't put in the work.
Yeah, because you see people post all the time saying, oh gosh, I've had a lot of work, and when you see a full-time streamer posting saying, oh gosh, I'm so tired because I've been working on things, and you're like, well, wait, no, you only stream, 4 hours a day or whatnot, so doesn't that mean the rest of the hours a day that you're relaxing whatnot? No.
Like, I joke about the fact that this is really scuffed, and it is scuffed, because I can say, and that was a big thing, like when I was able to hit the requirements for like a partner rush, like a month of like, just a month of positive growth, and like, it was just like, it was a fluke, and I literally was like, I'm gonna go for it right now because I don't know if it'll come back, because it's like, yeah, timing. Like I always say, like success is luck meets preparation meets opportunity, because
I am a big fan of that saying,
because it's true. And I think like when people are like, oh, that streamer only streamed 4 times a week, it's like I like still haven't typed in the stuff, my panels, because there's like, it's not just as simple as typing. It's like you have to look at it from a marketing standpoint. What is the information I put here? What does the aesthetic look like? Like what information should I share? What are other people doing? How do I not copy? How do I still be unique? And it's like, it is so much like mental work beyond just like sitting here and streaming. And that's why I have so much respect for like all my peers who do it, because I'm like, I still haven't like edited the points I said I was gonna edit. But it's also because like a lot of us are balancing, like a lot of people I know are balancing full-time jobs or part-time jobs, if not just being a human being existing in the world. So I do appreciate that the VTuber culture of like thanking the streamer after a stream, not because it's like, oh yeah, they thank me for gracing you with my presence. It's like, no, it's a lot of work that like realistically, honestly, I think that besides like the top 10% or top 5% of VTubers, it's investment that you like, the money side, it's like you won't get it back. And as much as you can say like, oh, it's like, the fulfillment or enjoyment from streaming, like, yeah, that's very true. But the average model prices, we all kind of know what it's like out there. And or even just like learning how to speak, like you and I learning how to keep a conversation going. For now it's been 2 hours. It's like, it's not easier. What if when you're starting out your chat's not really active? Like, it's really easy to blame it on the streamer, but it's also like, I've done IRL streaming and I've had streams that were good and I had streams that were like dead, and like after 45 minutes of just talking to yourself, you start feeling a little crazy. So it's like, it's nutty, and I think like we can all like appreciate the work behind it.
For sure. And just, I guess, as an ASMR streamer in particular, I guess, do you find that phrasing here, I suppose, do you find it more natural to talk to yourself in ASMR mode or in just chatting mode?
I think honestly it depends on where my energy level's at.
Mm.
Because I think why I always do it after I do another thing is because like I have such much energy, and then I just need, for my own sake, to like dial down, even if it's just before bed. And that's why I like doing like a game and then ASMR, because then when I'm like calmer, it's not even I'm trying to be calmer, because I hear like I can talk a lot. Awesome, I'm good, no worries. No, it's like I just talk a lot. Y'all know I can talk a lot, so I can do this forever. And I think like the nice thing with ASMR, actually, like I like alternating between the ASMRs, because like sometimes I don't have to talk, I just need triggers. That's nice too. So I think like learning that balance was really nice to have, like the options open. That's why I think sometimes you'll notice that I'll talk a lot during ASMR, and then I'll be like, all right, we're just gonna ear rub for 30 minutes because I'm also relaxing and usually making sure Luna's okay. Yeah, no, I like both.
So we skipped around a little bit. Going back to DC for a moment.
Yes.
Did you watch all of, or any significant amount of the original Teen Titans cartoon?
Yes, I watched all of it repeatedly.
Yes,
I
that
think I
was
remember
one of
most
my
of it.
personal favorites
It was
growing up. I remember like staying up to watch new episodes come out on Saturday nights,
oh my gosh.
and gosh, I'm still just a little bit salty
Oh, I'm
about
very
how they
salty.
ended it.
I'm upset. I'm mad. I'm mad that they were like toy sales. Or maybe that was Young Justice, but they're like, our demographic. I think the little thing was like Cartoon Network was trying to gear. I think the T behind it, I could be wrong. I feel like my professor said this. They were gearing more towards a male demographic. They got mad that girls were watching it. That had a high, or that could also be Young Justice. I could be wrong. But the whole idea of the fact that they like canceled it and then brought back Teen Titans Go with the exact same voice cast.
Yeah, now at least I feel good for the VAs that they were able to continue having that work, and that they were able to just, go from one to the other.
Yes.
But
I wonder if they were happy.
I did not watch. Yeah, because goodness knows the writing for Go could not have been as fun to perform as the original. And obviously, if you're a VA, you'll read what's in front of you. It's your job, and you probably have a certain amount of detachment. But on some level, I have to believe you also have that artist side where you're like, okay, I will read whatever I'm paid to read, but certain stuff is still more fun to read than others.
Oh, for sure. I don't know, I just feel bad. I'm glad Young Justice got to come back years later.
I did not watch any Young Justice, but I've heard good things about it, so that might be one that I revisit after some time.
I think it's worth a revisit. It's the same Robin. It starts with the same Robin as Teen Titans, and I think it's obviously the team dynamics are different because it's a completely different team, and I think that it really was probably Teen Titans that got me into the DC verse, honestly. And I think that's why I was so confused when I realized how much they had changed from the comics. But yeah, like it's good. Especially the newest season is dark. The newest season is dark. Not as dark as some animes would get, I would say. But I think it's definitely like everyone who loves it is definitely like those of us who watched Teen Titans growing up and wanted that like level up as we also grew up with the storytelling, what we wanted to see.
Did you have a favorite season in the original Teen Titans?
I honestly, as much as I rewatched it, I don't think I could name like scenes. I would say like probably maybe the Red X arc, I would say. I just like again, because of like my affinity for the Bat family. I think anything that focused on Robin and like his whole with being like Slade's apprentice, I think it was just the amount of drama.
Season 1 was Robin and Slade. Season 2 was Tara. Season 3 was Brother Blood. Season 4 was Trigun. Season 5 was Beast Boy and the Evil League of Evil, whose actual name I can't remember.
Legion of Doom, I think.
Legion of Doom, thank you.
Yeah. I definitely think. The one was about ink. Which one was about ink?
Ink.
Ink makes me think of a Batman Beyond episode, so I could be wrong.
Yeah, that might be Batman Beyond.
But it might be. There were so many good episodes in it. Like the channel surfing one.
Yeah, and then the only episode of Teen Titans Go I've seen is the one where they
brought him back. Yeah,
they brought him back.
That's also the
to
only one I've
basically
seen.
rag on Go and basically have them just completely destroy the fourth wall and be like, oh my gosh, what have we done?
Yeah, that's also the only one I've seen too. Valid. Yeah, mad about how they ended it.
For the writers.
Yeah, really mad how they ended it, because I love that Tara was brought back, but I don't like the fact that it wasn't like, you know, more triumphant.
Yeah, and she had a line at the end that lets you know she has her memory.
Mm-hmm.
She has a line of things were never the way they seem, Beast Boy, and it's like,
It's good. There's a lot. That was a good classic, I think.
It was.
Definitely should rewatch. I think a lot of the ones I rewatch are like Kim Possible, American Dragon, Jake Long. A lot of those ones. I will rewatch old cartoons. That's also like another phase I will go through sometimes. I'll just be like, all the cartoons.
I didn't watch much on Disney Channel, but I was super big on Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen bits and pieces of Kim Possible. I've seen the Stitch in Time movie, which that one was fun. I remember that one being really fun.
They had a game.
Even if I didn't see much of the series, that I know it has a very dedicated fandom. Never had anything against it.
I think
and I remember like Ed, Edd and Eddy, Dexter's Lab.
I think I was just a little young. Is that the right word for Dexter's Lab? And like that, I think, or old. I can't even say which one it was. I think I just didn't understand. Yeah, Danny Phantom. Yes, to Danny Phantom.
Oh boy, Danny Phantom.
That was really good. I would say like, yeah, Nickelodeon. I think the ones are like, was Fairly Odd Parents also on Nickelodeon?
Yeah, Fairly Odd Parents was Nickelodeon.
And like Avatar.
You did mention Avatar, yeah. So did you see the announcement that came down today?
Yes.
So,
today. Oh.
Yeah, so there was a thing today. It's not a full series.
Is it?
This is not the thing, but they've said that they're doing a Earth Day event, a 3-day event on YouTube.
Ooh.
And that on the last day of the event, which is going to be the 24th, that they are going to be doing some sort of new Avatar series. Nick has said that they are going to announce the details and drop the trailer on the 19th, which I think is Sunday. Might be Monday.
Monday.
But basically there was a lot of outlets, because apparently this initially got mentioned on a Reddit AMA, which it sounds like someone accidentally said it, you know, a couple days before they were supposed to.
Yeah.
Or maybe they were planning, I don't know, but the Avatar Twitter fans got whipped into a frenzy this afternoon at this news. So they've said that it's going to be on YouTube, which tells me, all right, this is not the Netflix or, you know, new Nickelodeon series from Avatar Studios, but it's something. It's the first new something that we've had since the end of Korra, so I'll take it.
I'm excited for it. I heard a joke. I could be wrong. I think this was just a joke that they were like, we wanted more content, and they made a joke about like, but I didn't want to see not Sozin. Is it Roku? I think it would be Roku or Aang's death was like the joke that they're like, there's gonna be a short about it or something like that. Someone was joking, and I was like, I hope this isn't real. I'm just gonna ignore this and keep going because I don't need to see Aang die. Like, no. I mean, have you ever read the comics that they ended up coming out with?
I read the first couple ones. I have not read the ones that have been released in the past several years.
Because they did have like the one with like finding Zuko's mom.
Yeah, I do remember that one.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm glad they broke away from Netflix because
Netflix, and it's very cool to hear that Nickelodeon is empowering them to just have their own embedded studio. That this is the type of thing that we can sort of geek out about in terms of a production thing, because we understand, all right, the inherent difference of just the implications of, all right, your license is held by Netflix versus being a sanctioned studio. That means that, all right, Nickelodeon knows they are investing a certain amount of resources in this, and that the fact that they are actually calling it Avatar Studios, not just a project team, that this is a dedicated pod within Nickelodeon that is going to continuously be working in that universe. And that's just, honestly, I can't remember the last time that a embedded studio was created for a single IP like this.
No, I can't think of one either. And maybe Star Wars had one, possibly. I feel like that would, but that was more just tied to George Lucas, I think.
Yeah.
Versus like just, it's for that one IP, but I think that's like what Disney ended up.
Yeah, essentially that they sort of baked in for Lucas and for Marvel. Yeah.
But no, I'm so excited because it's nuts.
It's just, and that series, it's just aged so gracefully that I go back to it every so often. I'm like, yeah, it's just as good. It's just as good.
Oh my god. I think honestly also I think a lot of you can credit it to the boom that came back when like on TikTok too. Like that was such a big boom of content within like the young generation. Because I think like with quarantine, I think everyone, like not everyone, but like that was such a big rush that so many people like it exposed like Gen Z to it, because I think maybe they were like just old enough for Korra and like going back to the original, and I love the power of things that happen on the internet that can make other things happen, like
absolutely
Ratatouille the musical.
Pardon?
Ratatouille, it was a TikTok trend as a joke.
No, I know what Ratatouille is.
No, yeah, it was on TikTok.
Musical.
It was a joke. I think it started with a couple users, and this is why like trends are so fascinating. And it started with like a couple YouTubers made a couple songs, like, oh, this is like, it started with like the OG was like Remy the Ratatouille, which also like we all understand it doesn't make sense because it's a dish. It was adjusted, and basically it became such a big trend on TikTok that I think it was during the New Year's this year. Official Broadway stars, like they had Adam Lambert and such like that. They did it. They threaded it together, inviting a lot of the TikTok musical writers, because these are also like people like kind of like you and me who took our passions and took it during the quarantine, took it onto a different platform, because these are like students who were lighting designers, and they just collaborated, and like trends build on trends and stitch upon stitch, and they brought it together and threaded a musical together. Like I think Remy was like Titus, and they literally got Wayne Brady, is that correct? Or like he's from like Whose Line Is It? Yeah, and like he played I think the dad, and then it was all these songs written by TikTok artists, and it was like a charity stream, like you've bought like
that's so cool.
And it's like, and it was for two, I think it was like there was one show, possibly I think if you bought a ticket you could like rewatch it later, and it's like you kind of just search on YouTube, but yeah, like that is like, and also like Bridgerton was such a big hit, and then like again these two girls who are writers like wrote a couple songs or like Bridgerton the musical, and now like Netflix has allowed them to make an album, but knowing that it's like a fan product, but like they have the go ahead, and they were like featured on like on like talk shows and stuff like that. But it's like fascinating how like a lot of these like joke trends that started on TikTok or just in general on social media are able to have like that impact on media.
So many good things start as a joke.
Yes, absolutely. Technically all of this also started as a joke, because I was like, I'm gonna make an OnlyFans in this quarantine. I need a new name, and that is also how this started. We all love.
Hey, more than one of my personal projects. This one wasn't so much a joke because this is. I mentioned this to you, and I don't know if I've mentioned it actually on stream, that this is a passion project that I have not told many people about in real life, that I just sort of have it on the side. That's why I do it just once a week as a little thing for myself. But more than one of my other projects that I do like with friends have just started as a joke of, hey, let's do this one thing this one time because it'd be funny. And then we all realized we had a ball with it, so we keep doing it for a year and a half.
Yeah, and I think like, again, like if you want to do, not like to quote Nike, trademark infringement, just do it. And I think again, like if there's no harm, as long as you're not doing something harmful to yourself or other people, just try it. Just try it. Peer pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, for sure. Now I just want to watch Avatar.
What did you think of Korra?
I never finished it. I know what happens. I think Korra is a little dark for me at one point. Like at the time it was coming out. I think like when she got broken, I was like, I'm also broke. I think I was in high school or middle school at the time. I was like, I'm broken. I can't watch this right now. And I just like never been able to go back.
Yeah, the big thing for me, season 2 of Korra was not to my liking.
Yeah.
And I feel like seasons 3 and 4 of Korra were them apologizing for season 2, and I accept their apology. Because seasons 3 and 4 were really good.
I think 2, again, like 2 is what brought me out, because I loved season 1, and I think like for me, Korra was just like, also like a character at the time I just couldn't really get behind. And I don't know if it was just like me being like a young, like the age I was, like being a girl that I was, because like, you know, there's a whole like, I have this whole thing where a lot of female characters, I disagree with the need that in order for her to be a strong female character, they make them really like physically like buff, or it's like, you know, it's like the Go-Go Tomongo from Big Hero 6. It's very like, it's a tough girl who can fight. And I think I was at a point in my life, and still as a writer, I strongly think like we need to stop painting like a tomboy as a strong female lead, because it negates the vast complexity they can have behind female characters. Because like, and I think that for me was like what was really pulling me out of it constantly was like, oh, you know, Korra's like the toughest because she's so tough physically. But then when you're older, I can recognize that Aang was like so wise in terms of more the spiritual side, and he was able to master that element of bending, that Korra's like his foil in that way. So I can appreciate it a lot more now. But I think at the time I was like, can you stop running into things and trying to hit things? Because like, it's not how it works.
No, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
Yeah, I think I appreciate it more now.
Still, definitely recommend going back and finishing it.
I want to.
Not without its imperfections, but it was still very, very good.
I think it's also just seeing characters you love as adults make me really sad. I think like that's also the big thing.
That is also fair.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I think I just can't watch like I appreciate old Toph, and I love, again, like Toph I have such a soft spot for because of another like RP friendship.
Yeah, she was.
But
God, what a cool character.
She's a great character, and I love that they did take her the untraditional route, like giving her that family and then having like it be like such a unique like modern take on family already.
Yeah.
Love it, but still just makes me so sad, and like Sokka being dead makes me so sad. It hurts. I can't face it. What are we talking about? We're talking about Korra and Avatar, The Last Airbender. Just crying about our childhoods over here.
Yep.
Did you
have any?
I was just like, both of us are just like, ugh. That's just your reaction to, ugh, childhood.
Yeah,
I also only saw season 1, really.
Avatar was just. I'm not gonna hold up and say, it was the best thing ever, but goodness, it is one of the most unique things to come out of Western animation.
Mm-hmm.
That when people talk about anime, when I talk about anime, I am very literal in the sense of I consider anime to be any animated production that had a geographical origin in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
That it doesn't matter what the content is, it doesn't matter if it's a magical girl series, if it's an action series, if it's a slice of life or whatever, and if it's not for kids or for kids, that I have it as a very clinical definition. But one thing that I very much recognize is that the culture of animation as a medium in Japan is very different from the culture of animation here in the West. That in the West, animation is considered juvenile, plain and simple. That is why you generally see animation being either for kids or comedy.
Yeah.
That even now, we've gotten a lot better here in the West about it, but it is still not quite there of just the idea that you can have an adult show presented in animation, and just for whatever cultural reasons, I'm not going to try and diagnose how we got to this point, but it seems pretty obvious that just in Japan that it is culturally acceptable. All right, we can tell these very serious stories of just really any types of characters in animation. It's just another option, it's another medium, whereas it has a bit of a stigma here in the West. And I really feel like Avatar, it wasn't the first, but I feel like it was one of the first for our generation, aimed at our generation.
Yeah.
And it helped sort of open our minds to those possibilities. And I think that its success opened the minds of a lot of people at production companies like Nickelodeon, realizing, oh, we can do this and it can be successful, that this has the potential to not just be, our one-off oddball show. We can, dip our toes into this entirely new area of creative writing that we've sort of avoided until now, and have it be feasible from a monetary standpoint, because, I'm not
everything
gonna
comes
say that they're
money.
perfect. It's all coming down to the money.
It does. I think that's the first thing we learn about in the industry. That's the first thing our professors talk about is like it's money. It's what is marketable. I think
it sort of made them realize, okay, it can be done.
I think that's the thing. Like my professor last semester when I was in school, he was one of the writers for. So this is like live action for like Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. and he worked on like Full House and stuff, and we were talking about like comedy, how to write comedy. And I think he did a really good point is like the mistakes that like the more well-beloved shows that we look back on now knew, like it wasn't just like, you know, the little jokes they slip in for the adults. It's just like writing it for a little older an audience, knowing that kids will probably, if they might not understand the nuances of the topic you're talking about, they'll understand the gist of it. Because I think the big thing, my whole thing with like entertainment targeted for younger viewers is like they really just underestimate how smart kids
how
are,
much they pick up,
and like the depth of their brain, you know. And like I hope that's something I don't lose, which is why like when I try to say that my channel is 18 plus just for like my comfort as an adult, but like I don't question like maybe the depth that you can understand these topics. But I remember what I thought when I was reading Harry Potter, when I was 10, when I was 11, the things I lived through, the things I experienced. Like I think it's really important, especially when you're creating media that is meant to be consumed by children, like to be responsible about it and tell those stories, because you're shaping minds. Like you really are, because like that they're not watching the news, like, you know, that's what they're using, like a lens they're using to analyze the world, you know. So
now like, you mentioned the practice of slipping in jokes or little references that will appeal to the older audience, so you know that way if a parent is watching with their child, that they can still have a laugh or enjoy it a little bit. I don't know about you, but one of the series that I point to as, I guess, really having pioneered it in the modern sense, and the classic, because it's been rebooted since, but one of the ones that has done it so well is, for me, Animaniacs. And it's funny because I missed Animaniacs by like a couple years. I did not watch it much when it was airing, but I've gone back and watched some of the episodes and some of the clips, and they had some stuff that is just astounding at how on earth did they get it past the censors, or how did they get it past just the approval process, because they had some really edgy stuff buried in there.
I think like I also missed watching it
right over your head if you didn't know it.
But I've also seen like the GIFs on it on Tumblr, like the analysis of it. Like I agree, like it's definitely like it's nuts what you can get. And I think I appreciate shows more, like even with like going back to Teen Titans, like the one episode where like Robin didn't know if Slade was real, and it's because of like that dust in the mask.
Haunted. But
it's like dark, but it's like again a little darker than I probably should watch as a kid, but like that's like PTSD, that's CPTSD, like that is it is, or even like if you don't want to put a label on it, but it is done so that as a kid you're just like, you don't know that this is PTSD, but you're just like, he is not okay after Slade, and like his friends are there, you know, like he's not real, and like you're able to pick up enough that when you go back on it again you appreciate more, there's a deeper layer, but doesn't mean you can't tackle those things. And I think like, I know you didn't get to watch Kim Possible, but I think why I appreciated it was because like I appreciate shows where their characters grow, accurate reflection of the age, you know, like Kim Possible ended up when they graduated high school. I think even American Jack and Jake Long did the same, like they get to grow. And I think it's like remembering, if you're portraying teenagers, maybe like have them act like teenagers instead of middle schoolers, I think is the bigger thing. Or like don't have like in live action shows, don't have like teenagers act like adults or like college kids. I will hydrate, but I think that's for me is like a really big one, because it's like I know my expectations of the world are very different because I thought these are what high schoolers did, you know.
Do you have any series that you feel like did that particularly well? So you mentioned Kim Possible. Were there any others that sort of stick out in your memory as, I suppose, either
I always
portraying
go back to
their
classic
demographic
DC.
Well? Sorry?
I go back to the classic DC shows, like Static Shock was definitely, oh my god, that was such a big one. That was such a good one. Tackling like gang violence, gun violence. Like for me, I watched that when I was still growing up in China. Like I didn't understand, but that was like the closest thing I could have had to understand before I came to the US. My model decided to break. Like as close as I could understand like what that dynamic is like. Or when they had Richie come out, I think, my model's being weird, come out as gay, I think, and his dad being homophobic. Sorry, my model is being a little weird. Give me one sec. There we go. Yeah, I think that was a show that handled really well. Again, like Batman, or Justice League, the animated series, when like there's an episode, I think it's considered the epilogue to Batman Beyond, but there's a part where like one of the kids superpowers. I'm just gonna ignore the fact my model's freaking out. Named Ace. It's basically implied that like Amanda Waller or like the government wanted Batman to kill this girl because her powers are so powerful, and he basically like shows up and sits with her on the swing and basically waits with her till she dies because he's not gonna kill her. And it's like and she knows that she's gonna die regardless, and he's basically like well, I'll be here with you till that happens. And like
Oof.
it's like definitely one of the most like poignant moments in the fact that like that was on TV. Or like for me, those are the shows I think why I have such appreciation for the early 2000 shows, or even like some of the early Simpsons seasons. So like there's one where like when they had like consistent storylines, there was one where like Homer's mom was like a hippie who like left because she was protesting Mr. Burns and the illegal stuff he was doing. And then at one point, the episode where she dies, they didn't reconcile, and she like passed away in her sleep on the couch. And then there's like an episode dealing with his like Homer's grief and how he's like he, because they had a fight, like she came back and she left when he was a kid, and he came back when he was older. They reconciled once, and then she had to leave again because like the cops were after her, and then she comes back this final time, and that's when she passes. And like that is such like emotional, heavy hitting moment, but also like a portrayal of like how you go through grief. And like he just wasn't willing to like accept it because he was like, oh, but like we didn't make up, like da 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 da. And just like when shows are able to like do that, or even like Futurama, like the few times like Futurama like ventured into the areas of like what is life and what is love and all that stuff that isn't just for kids.
It isn't just the comedy.
Yeah, because I think like I always like I'm not a great comic writer, like comedy writer. I definitely lean more towards drama, but like I have such respect for people who can do comedy well, because I think comedy is like the best way to actually make points about the world. Like comics are the most honest people and the best social commentary, and you listen to it and people listen because you laugh at the end of it and you think it's like the joke.
Yeah.
But like there's such power in that, like The Good Place. I don't know if you ever saw that.
I'm familiar with it though. Yeah,
the whole show was talking about like life and death and like existentialism, but like they are not like, it's not preachy about it necessarily. And I think that's when you do it well. Like I think when people are like, oh, you're being preachy, it's like if you can like just incorporate it in the stories, because those are like part of our world, I think that's like the best way to do that.
Yeah, just because it's a bit disarming, I suppose, because people have their guard up and don't generally want to be thinking about these types of heavy topics. Yeah. And so if you're able to sort of slip past their guard with that type of comedy and make the point, but then also be able to make it in such a way that the viewer doesn't end up feeling betrayed that you slipped past their guard in the first place, that you're able to actually get through and hopefully resonate.
Yeah, because I think a really big thing is like for me as a writer and as me as just person by everything I do, I know who I am. Like you pointed out, like a lot of it is shaped by my interest in media that I like watched as a kid. Like the way I thought of like life in the US was like based on what I saw on Disney Channel, live action or animated. Like that's like my understanding, and that's like you think to a kid, that's how they'll understand the world if they like live in a whole town their whole lives. What do they think of like New York, you know? Well, it's whatever they've seen about kids movies in New York. And I think that's what excites me wanting to break into the industry, is like finding a balance between like hitting those heavy topics that like we all think about, but not doing it just to pick off points on a checklist. Like, oh, there's like a gay character. Oh, like there's diversity there. It's like, no, it's more than just seeing on your screen. It's like telling those stories because they're interesting stories because people are living them. It's not just like, ooh, let me just throw in like this nerd who's Asian, you know? So
yeah. A huge part of really any entertainment medium is relatability.
It's relatability.
Just being able to connect with the characters on some level that obviously you know that you aren't the character, and when it's fantasy writing or comedy writing, you're, you know, mentally dissociating and understanding, all right, this is not real, this is not going to be a perfectly accurate portrayal of someone's experiences. But if you are able to hit, you know, even just a few major beats along the way where there is that relatability and that understanding, or even just sort of the self-imposition of the viewer seeing themselves in the role of the characters in some way, shape, or form. That's what creates connections, and that's what creates memories, and why people continue to talk about shows that they see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's part of, like, when you have shows that are cult classics, I don't think they're cult classics just for, like, some shows, it's just for, like, the content of the fantasy of the world. I think a lot of it's, like, how they make people feel.
Yeah.
Because, like, you will hold on to that much more than, like, what you're watching. I think, like, that's why, like, we can talk more about, like, what made Teen Titans was so cool and to make us feel what we remember about it, but we don't, I can't really go in and be like, this episode specifically, unless I sit here and think for a little bit.
Yeah, that it's what it makes you feel. And even, like you said, in pure fantasy, even if it's not 100% relatable, the fact that it is able to make you feel something in the first place, whether that be wonder and just awe of the world or of the actions that happen, that you're able to make them feel something and remember something.
For sure. I just love TV, guys. I am a very big fan of watching TV and all the fantasy. I think it's just like escapism. It always comes down to escapism. Me sitting here becoming a 2D avatar, all about escapism.
I suppose the question is begged at this point. Have you written at any point Aria fiction? I won't call it, fiction because it would just be fiction. That have you written extended Aria lore?
I think whatever lore I have is it's one of those, like, you know, when influencers have to make apologies and they just use their notes app. I think that's it. I think that's all that exists of art. I think that at the end of the day, literally probably besides the surface level lore of, like, this is the fever dream and, like, the branding of it, I would say. The branding of it aside, Aria is basically just me, because I've always said I can't be a content creator or quote-unquote influencer unless my rule of thumb is, like, I will, whatever that comes out about me that I say on the stream, I will own up to in person, because I personally will not let myself do anything that I will not be able to, like, stand up with my chest and say. So I think, like, I wouldn't, because it would be me, and that would be weird. There's self-insert OCs, but this is not the situation that would happen, you know.
Yeah.
But my D&D OCs though, I haven't written anything, but in my head, I know all their backstories. Playing all the character, I'm playing out all the possibilities and the trauma here in my head.
Hey, that counts as professional development, so you can count that time as, not tax deductible in that sense, but is buying player's handbook in that case tax deductible?
Maybe. See, the thing is also, like, taxes. What a funny question. I gotta do them, but also, like, because I'm not American, I don't actually have to, like, deal with your taxes in that way. I mean, I get it back. Like, for the part-time jobs I've had, I get all of it back. Yay. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe unless I have to, and I've just been doing it wrong for a couple years. Don't come after me, IRS. No, I'm really lucky in that sense because I am Canadian. I'm part of the tax-exempt treaty.
Yay.
But yeah.
I'm not. I need to get around to that.
Yeah, I heard they're delayed for a couple months. I should do that though, because I think
it's not due for one more month for normal things, and then the area that I'm in got an extra extension because there was storms and whatnot. But that's more a thing of just me being lazy because my taxes are actually not very complex at all.
I haven't even done, like, I haven't worked, like, I haven't been able to work since before the during that first part of the pandemic. I was a TA. So, like, I should just turn them in because I'll just get whatever they dock from me back. So there's no reason I'm not writing my W-9 or whatever. I'm just like, it's just intimidating. I need to call Randy. I need to call an adult to sit on call with me.
Big complex spreadsheets.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. Fine, this is part of being an adult. Every time I'm just like, I need an adult, people are like, you're an adult. I'm like, technically, I'm an adult with training wheels.
I classify in the most technical sense as an adult. But you see, as for everything else.
No, yeah, I can't justify. I don't feel like I deserve the title of adult when I'm like, what do you do in your spare time? Today I was looking at today I was really looking at, like, you know those kitchen play sets like little kids have. I looking at one of those, and I literally I have a kitchen behind me that I have to do dishes. I was like, I was staring at my own Amazon, like, search history, and I was like, what is wrong with me? But it's because I saw this.
We just need to redefine what it means to be an adult.
Oh yeah.
It's not the expectations that was put upon us, but you know what? Fine. we are the adults now. We get to say what being an adult is.
Yeah, it's like
so
there's
we're going to be changing that.
There's this one trend on TikTok that's like, I am an adult, I have a job, and I use that job to buy these things. And it's like people showing off like their hobbies, you know? And I think that's like such a beautiful thing about our like this current present time is that like for the most part we all understand that we can still like the things we liked as kids and like the things we like, and it doesn't make us any less like adult. I mean, it's the not knowing how to do taxes that makes me less of an adult.
In general, I feel in our generation are being more accepting of themselves and embracing that nerddom into adulthood and saying, you know, I don't need to outgrow this stuff. Screw that.
And I think that for me as a young like fangirl, like that was like such the most impressionable thing when I was like on Tumblr when I was in high school, or like being a Potterhead, was just like seeing that a lot of my older friends who were like just even older, like in their 20s or like 30s, like they like I remember asking them like, will I ever stop? I mean, ironically, I haven't written in a very long time in that realm, but I was like, will I ever stop liking it? Like, will I ever stop? And they're like, if you don't want to, you don't. But like if you do, like you'll probably find other things, but like there's nothing that stops you. All of a sudden you don't hit 20, 25, 26, 27, all of a sudden you go, I don't like this anymore. Like it just abruptly starts. Like maybe over time it dissipates, but like something will fill that hole, you know, that void.
Yeah, and that's the thing of just that even if it's not the exact same thing, that I feel our generation is much more predisposed now to embracing some new nerdy thing, that even if it's not the exact same thing, that, all right, we have the stuff we grew up with in the nostalgia compartment, but then we accept, okay, we can go on to like new things, but we don't need to like the things that our parents liked, that we can find some new area of nerddom, or just the whole idea of, all right, we are the ones that are the content creators now, that when you're young, you have to consume what is put out one way or another. But now we're the ones that are growing up, and even if we aren't all the showrunners yet, we have people in the writers' rooms, we have people on the animation staff who are starting to be able to exert influence, and it is inevitable. Soon we're going to be the ones, literally and figuratively, running the show. Yeah. And I think that we're going to see a really cool new age of fandom and of creative output when it gets to that point. And there's not going to be a particular moment, but yeah, we're already at the beginning of this era, and you see it shining through in different individual productions, and these are not anomalies. These are just the forerunners to what is going to end up becoming a new age of entertainment from a production and creative standpoint. And goodness knows, streaming has changed the game in a huge way. That one thing that I tell a lot of friends, so I don't have even the background in television that you have, so I know when I'm saying this that I'm preaching to the choir, but for people in the chat who might not necessarily think of things this way, back in the day when it was just the broadcast schedule, there is a literal cap to the amount of TV content that could be output. It was the number of channels times the hours in the day. And goodness knows they didn't even use all the hours in the day. They only use things generally from like 7 a.m. to maybe 2 p.m. if you're really pushing it. And then those, dark hours are where you put the infomercials. You're not really going to put content on there. Or if you're doing content, it's reruns. You're not going to premiere any new stuff in those late hours. So there is a literal cap on, all right, what is the number of new shows that we can have in a year? And even if you never reran everything, it does not come close to the number of new shows that we have every year now because of streaming. Because when it's streaming, the sky is the limit. Literally, it doesn't matter because you're not, bound by that schedule of, all right, if someone is tuned into our channel, everyone's watching the same thing. The number of projects that can be greenlit nowadays is literally exponentially more than it used to be, and that's why we're able to see so many new things and have all these niche stories and shows and games, because the actual outlets are less restricted by actual time. So we're able to have so much more, and that in its own way is already a just fundamental revolution in television.
Absolutely. And even not just television, like thinking of like, yeah, like you said, like indie games and develop, like it's the fact that resources are cheaper than they used to be too. Like it's so much more accessible.
Yeah,
like arguably,
barrier to entry is so much lower.
like arguably, a lot of streamers don't start with like the best webcam. Like you shouldn't start with all that stuff. You don't really need to. Like if you're not really streaming gaming, like you can do it off a Mac. I've done it, and the Mac in itself is a luxury item. You know, like there are a lot of ways to break in and do. Like you want to make a song, put it on Spotify if you're able to, or like put it like on SoundCloud. And
you don't need to be part of a label. You don't need to worry about, okay, the minimum number of CDs that this factory will produce is if you order 10,000.
Even books, you know, like you can self-publish. You can just self-publish to Amazon, and it's like
and publish on demand.
There's the beauty in it, and there is like the big, like, was it desaturation or saturation of the industry? I always forget which one it is.
Saturation.
Saturation, like
because there's so much more of it.
There is like, that is a barrier to climb, but at the same time, it's like it is.
You at least don't have a chance, and even if that chance is statistically small because of the saturation, the chance used to be literal zero if you weren't on a network or if you didn't have a label.
If you didn't have that connection, you wouldn't be able to step in it anyway. And it's like, and the bigger thing is honestly the thing that comes down to it, it's like, then put in the work. And like, because the thing is, like, you want to figure how to like you publish a book, figure out the way. Like I was talking to a friend in my D&D group, he's a writer, and he was like, yeah, there's like literally a book that lists, like it comes out every year, that lists all the publishers and explains how publishing works, and get that book and read it and then find a way. It's still hard, but it's like, it's very different than I feel like when people want something. And because it's so easy nowadays to like accomplish things, I think it's very easy for people to also go like, oh, then why didn't I get there? Like, why didn't I succeed? When it's still like, you still have, if anything, you have to put in, it's easier, but you have to put in so much more work, because you're competing with a lot of other people who are also putting in work and competing with them as well. And I think it's just, yeah, it's hard. It's hard because it's tempting, but it's not as easy to accomplish on that personal level, you know?
Yeah. These are the types of things that I love getting on the show, of just, you know, we didn't necessarily expect to go there, but we went there, and that was great.
Me just being like, yeah, work hard, play hard, nap hard.
Yes, nap hard. Oh my gosh. Naps are a thing I've come to truly appreciate in adulthood.
That's funny, because like I don't nap as much anymore. Well, like, okay, I napped a lot in college. I think I might have napped an entirety of nap times. But also, to be fair, I have the privilege of like waking up late and sleeping like whenever I want now, because I don't have an official like full-time job yet. So maybe I'm just taking advantage of the fact that, did I like wake up at 7, grab Luna, and then go back to bed till noon? So maybe that's a nap.
Like, one thing that I've absolutely embraced, I'm fortunate enough to be in a line of work where I'm able to work from home. And it's the type of thing that, you know, around midday, if I feel like it, I'll just send a message and be like, all right, I'm gonna be gone for an hour for lunch, and I take 5 minutes to eat something, and then I lay down for 55 minutes.
And you're just gonna take a nap. It's beautiful.
And then just wake up, log back on, get back to work, and there we go. My nap was my lunch break, and that's something that I didn't have when I worked in an office. So, yeah, naps on a whole new level.
I love it. I think, like, honestly, that's when I turned 18. My mom had been living with my brother and my dad for a while, because I was living alone. So she came back for my birthday, and I remember she walked the door, super excited to celebrate my birthday. I looked at her and I go, today I'm an adult, and the first adult decision I'm gonna make is I'm gonna take a nap. And she like got back. I came home from school, and she like arrived that morning when I was at school, and I was like, love you, Mom. I'm gonna take a nap. I'll see you at dinner. Oh, yeah. Hi, May. Thank you for the raid.
Hello, Raiders.
This is one of my siblings from IQJ. Oh, Achilles is here. Did I spell your name wrong? Or is it just because we did it too quickly in a row? I think I spelled it wrong. Oh, that's embarrassing. I hope I didn't. Oh, it's fine. We won't talk about it. No one look at me. Hi. How were you?
Panda drunk raid.
Just chatting. Drunk raid. I love that. I should have. I shouldn't, because we were doing a thing, but it is Friday and I was tempted because I think Lemon Leaf is doing her celebration and they were drinking, so a lot of my moots were drinking. I was like, I should drink. I didn't, because I respect this. And I was like, I'm a bit original.
You know, we've been at this for a while, and So I still have energy, and it's totally your choice. But if you wanted to take a 5-minute break,
I'm good.
get ourselves some drinks, and then do just ASMR, like I can whisper, I can be real soft.
I'm okay. I don't think I'm gonna ASMR tonight. I have a thing to do tomorrow, so I'm probably like, whenever we end, I'll probably end today. I'm doing an ASMR stream tomorrow anyways. Girls celebrate later, you deserve it.
Yes.
Yes, always. I have a bit of I have to do some, I'm proctoring the national exam for the newest pledge class tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
So like, it's not just all that's happening at noon before stream. So I'm like, I shouldn't do anything. Yo, VTuber ASMR. You could do ASMR. I just don't want to grab the mic because like, I know lately the mic has been really finicky and I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
That has been a bit of a thorn in your side.
It was fine earlier this week, and then it decided to throw a tantrum. So I don't want to deal with it. I also found the mic stand, not for it specifically. I just have a bunch of mics, just like from professional. Leave a command. Yeah, I don't. It's on the bigger thing is you can feel free to get a drink, or like take a break. It's because if I get up off this chair, I'm sure Luna's gonna wake up, and she's been sleeping. I don't trust it. She's also like moved her position like 4 or 5 times since she's been sleeping. So like,
hopefully having a good dream.
I think so. I think I woke her up a little early this morning, because I don't sleep in the same room as her. She's in my brother's room, so I was feeling needy this morning. So I like opened the door and I left my door open. I was like, if you want to join me, I'm okay for a little bit if you want. And she like slept on my pillow for like 5 hours and then decided she was bored or cold or whatever, and then decided to take a nap between my legs. And I was like, I don't like this, but you are asleep. Slowly, yeah, she's dreaming with the channel for takeover. I know. She's a very affectionate cat. I'm very lucky, but also like clingy baby. Yesterday was bad. Yesterday wasn't. See, y'all are new. Y'all weren't here the last hour of my subathon 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. I don't know when that was, but that was bad. It broke so many times. Broke my sanity with it. I'm a little broken from that stream. PTSD, yeah.
We are all a little broken.
Yeah, for sure. Can't argue that. Definitely broken. No, but yeah, if you need a break, you can go get a drink or whatever.
No,
you need.
I'm good if you are.
I'm good. I've done accidental 10-hour streams.
Oh goodness, I can guarantee you I won't take
not that
much.
Yeah,
of your
no,
time.
I will pass
Goodness,
out.
no.
I will pass out. But you know, yes, we can keep chugging along. The amount of pain that just in your eyes, dude. Yeah, I definitely when that mic kept I don't know what's wrong with it. I kind of know what's wrong. I think it's the fact I stream off a laptop. It's a laptop plug.
Could it be just like the port maybe?
I think it just can't handle it because it's the fact that it's the fact that I have a like USB extender bar that connects it to the monitor and then to like a mouse and then a keyboard and then to like one other mic that I usually unplug this mic, the Yeti. Then it technically is plugged into the Stream Deck. It's not on. I have the bar that like on and off. And then adding a mic that uses phantom power that already plugs into another mic that is doubling as my interface and streaming and whatever else is going on.
I too am on a Mac, so I sympathize with all of this.
Well, actually, I actually stream off my gaming laptop. My Mac is on though. My Mac is how I monitor my stream. I used to stream off a Mac. It didn't. That's why I had to give up. It's why.
So I got this Mac last year because when it comes to computer usage, I am not very high maintenance. I use my laptop, at least prior to this, just, streaming, web browsing. I'm a gamer, but I'm much more a console gamer, so I don't need anything particularly intense for that. And I figure, all right, I had my last computer for 8 years.
Wow.
I'm just low maintenance enough that I can really run this tech into the ground, and it does what I need it to do. And I figure, I'm not going to do anything really intense with my new computer. I don't stream or anything. Fine. And then I go and start streaming 6 months later. Oops.
Yeah, I apparently just murder my laptops, and this is proven because my Mac's actually my Mac laptop Like literally I can peel the keys off. If I tilt it, my keys are falling off. I don't know how I did that. But like I take really good care of my laptop, so like it's not like I'm physically abusing them. When I literally took it to the Apple store because I have a Pro, the guy was looking at it, my usage, and they're like, oh, you know, usually people who buy this don't actually use its full capabilities. And he was checking it and he's like, actually no, you use it a lot, you're using it. Oh, he's like, wow, you're actually using like most of it. I was like, yeah, I'm a film student. A lot of it also had to, okay, I'll be fine, Achilles. I can be an adult. I can mod. I didn't have mods till a week ago anyways. I'll be fine. But yeah, like I just continuously kill my laptops and like computers. But I think a lot of it is because how my brain works. Like, unfortunately, I try not to have a lot of tabs open. Hi, Ark, how are you? How are you doing? A lot of it is just like when I was like editing film or like having Photoshop and everything on there. And like, I just murder it. I unfortunately don't know how not be on my laptop constantly. And it's ironic that it was literally during quarantine that it was a couple times.
Not being not on your laptop for the past year has not really been an option.
But I've been better about it because of quarantine. That's like the weird thing, because like I think I went to a really bougie school. So in 7th grade, they gave us all a laptop. We had to get a laptop. So I've been attached at the hip to my laptop since that age. And a lot of it was because of writing. Like, I'm constantly writing something or I'm doing something. A lot of my hobbies revolved around, it wasn't even gaming. I was like, yeah, I was just writing. It's like keeping in touch with people. And I had to like implement time for me to get off it and like do art and like go outside. But even then I'd be like checking my writing on my like that Tumblr app on my phone. And it took like till I was in college to really start like being able to pull away from a laptop. But
for me, I'm a very social person. I'm very much an extrovert. And so when it was determined that, all right, I'm going to have to just be inside for a very long time, I started organizing a lot of stuff that I've actually been able to develop a very active virtual social life. But that means that I'm on my laptop constantly.
Yeah. I think it's funny though, because I always joke I'm an extrovert introvert. Like, I'm great when we're like one-on-one or one in like two. But it was like funny because like right before quarantine hit, I would say that year after I got diagnosed with ADHD, when I started taking meds, is when I started having the ability to have that active social life. Like the joke was like Rain T was like the adult in the apartment and had like two jobs, another part-time job, and she would get home late from work. And I would still somehow come home later from like either like being the president of my fraternity or like meeting with my grad group and doing this and this. And I'd gotten so used to all of a sudden having a social life that meant I wasn't in the apartment like most nights. Like I'd get home late. I never slept anywhere else, but like just like comfortable with that. And all of a sudden when, March came last year, I literally was like, if it happened any other year before this, would not have been a problem. And all of a sudden it just like hit in a way that I didn't know I could miss it. And now I have a touch of acrophobia. So like, it's like, going outside.
All do at this point. It's going to be an interesting couple of months. I think that fortunately, since we all still remember the before times and do want to get back to it for the most part, that we will hopefully be able to push through that, because I think we all sort of realize that that phobia is ingrained because of the situation, because of all right, it's sort of self-imposed out of survival instinct, and all right, you don't want to get sick. And the bigger shift is sort of getting into the headspace of, okay, when is the moment that things are under control enough that it is okay to let this mental guard down that we have put up and reinforced, rightfully so, for the past year, and just it's gauging when that moment is.
I think
I think the moment's going to be different for everyone, but it's a moment that we're all going to have at some point, and nobody knows when exactly it will be.
I think it's also interesting to think that this isn't a universal experience to this extent.
Yeah.
Because so my brother has been back in Hong Kong. He didn't come back for spring. He came back for fall, and then he just decided to stay. because his campus had the rule that you guys couldn't leave campus all semester. So he was like very stir crazy. And like I think about the fact that like my parents never like they did the 2 weeks. They literally did the 2 weeks, but they never ever had to stop the way that, in a sense, I feel like at least in the US it has had to like feel like it stopped. And then you think about like Australia and New Zealand, like I think it's for us it's like the period of time that it's been for the majority of us who've been like complying with the guidelines. Because like I look at like my family, and they never had to stop going out and doing stuff, and I'm like because my mom was like, why don't you just do this? And I was like, Mom, I'm not doing that. Like, well, it was like, I think she was just like, oh yeah, go do this and try this. Like when I was, because she had actually left New York the week that, I think it was like maybe 2 weeks before lockdown started. She was in New York for about a year in this apartment actually. And then like, it was actually like a mini fight between the two of us, because she was like going back to Asia. And I was like, maybe don't go back where like the center of the pandemic is right now. Like, feel like if you do want like to stay close to your kids. In hindsight, she made the right call considering how New York was hit first. Because my mom was a little bit of frail health, so I was like, don't die. But yeah, it was just really funny because she was like, I did this in New York, and I would just walk from like, and I was like, Mom, yeah, between like the pandemic and like things that have been happening to Asians lately, I was like, I'm not really in the mood to walk, across like 20 blocks for fun. But yeah, so it's so fascinating. I think in like a weird way the world's gonna change, but I'm hoping for good, because even just like the idea of working from home, like maybe a lot of companies will actually start implementing it, because I think that productivity has stayed relatively all right,
For sure. And I know at the very least the company I work for, since things went remote, unfortunately, like I said, we've been able to do that, and we've adapted rather well, that the company has started to hire outside of the immediate geographical area. And at this point, I would say probably some 25% of the company is not going to be within driving distance of the office if we decide to open the office back up. So there's going to be an interesting conversation of management of, do we bother to continue to pay the rent on this office? Does it actually just become, from a pure business standpoint, more economical to continue to have everyone work remotely, since we know some significant portion of the team can't actually come to the office whether they wanted to or not.
Yeah, for sure, because I think like that's the weird thing about, I was supposed to move to LA in the fall, and like not being there where like the hub is and losing all those opportunities, but at the same time a lot of companies are taking internships that are like based in LA, are allowing us to still do remote for the summer or possibly fall, and you're just like, oh, so I am able to stay in New York and not have to worry about that move, because I don't know, like this is definitely not the case for other industries. Where entertainment, the way that it works is straight up like, oh, you got hired, we need you out here in LA by Monday. Like I've had so many stories of friends who are like, you have literally less than 7 days to move out there. And a lot of my friends literally would just be like, we all know enough people out there that they just pack a suitcase and just think of everything later, like get an apartment later, just get there, get the job, because it's so competitive. And I think like that's partial the beauty. I can work from home. I'm hoping I can still benefit from it. Is like, I'm not going to run into a situation, because that's why I always say, don't know if I'm going to keep streaming, because if that happens, I don't know what I can take with me.
If the offer comes, you take that offer.
I got to take the cat. The cat's the priority. Oh, she's awake. Speaking of the cat, fuck, she's fine. She's good.
Hi, Luna.
she's really enjoying the couch. Wow. But yeah, I think it's like interesting, and I'm hoping that it'll like work in a good way for us, considering like, it's really easy for corporate to take advantage, and we don't want that either, because I think we also do need that socialization. We all are very social animals as people. Humans.
For sure.
Hey, Baba. You good? Sorry, she gave me the stink eye. She's like, why are you talking to me? I'm grooming. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I think that's just nuts. I just can't like fathom the past year, but I also feel like
it's
just what?
It's gonna be really interesting to see how we look back on this a decade from now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think about like the other decade, because I like think about like World War II. Like, how do you, like, some of those people are still alive, or like, been alive during our lifetime. Like, how do you wrap your mind around that? Like, because And it's like it's both natural and the way the world works is like these major events happen, but it's also like in our
happen,
lifetime. This was like a triple whammy of like a financial crisis and like a pandemic. And
it's the type of thing of just different if you were in the armed forces during a war, it's definitely going to be different. But depending on which war we were talking about, day-to-day life may or may not change. It just, growing up here, that the United States had armed forces deployed in Iraq for the majority of my life.
Yeah.
My day-to-day never changed, ever.
Yeah.
It didn't mean anything here if you were not, a part of a branch of the armed forces. It just didn't make a difference. But obviously, if you wind back the hands and go, all right, World War II, when basically the entire country, even if you aren't being deployed, which a lot of people were, that a lot of the industries, even domestically, were repurposed for the war effort. That just, if there was an industry that used basically any metal that could be used to create planes or boats or things like that, that your industry was repurposed for a couple of years. So that was a very big change. And I think that's probably the last time that, for at least the US, that everyone in the country has seen a shift in their day-to-day life because of something that it's been about math, 60, 80 years.
I think it's interesting for me because I grew up in Asia when we had SARS and like we had H1N1, so this is not even like the first pandemic.
And I think because things got scary over here, that there were pockets and quarantines, but it never escalated. And it was the type of thing of just in the early days for me, and I have to imagine a fair number of people over here as well, that we had the SARS scare, we had the Ebola scare and other things, and the sort of acceptance of, all right, this time is different.
Yeah. I think that's also why the preparedness was on a different level, because like
makes sense. That's a really good observation.
7th grade was like, we had Skype school. We had to have all of our contacts, our teachers and classmates on Skype, because we were instead of Zoom, it was Skype back then, right? But we were already prepped. We were prepped for it, and like I think we did do like half a day of like, I think they just decided to not do the other half, but like we've had, like I remember being unfortunately the one who told one of my professors who I was TAing for, I was and told her about COVID, because I was like, because it started, in China, which is like why I was aware. Like one of my classmates' parents were from Wuhan, so like a lot of us already were like, this is nerve-wracking. Like even when PAX happened, that's in February. Like I was very anxious about going to this con, but like still hopeful enough, because at the time when I was growing up, they were still able to be isolated. This is truly like the first that was like maybe like Black Death possibly said, but even then that might have only been more the Western Hemisphere, like this scale. And I think like I remember talking to my professor, and she was like, why do you, like, I noticed all the Asian students wear masks, and I was like, like I have always grown up just knowing that we have thermometers at home. We had like, and I didn't realize we didn't until I was at my apartment being like, why don't we own a single thermometer? Because we used to have like 4 or 5, and it was from when I was in kindergarten, in 1st, 2nd grade, that we had to do our temperatures every day. Before we walked into school, we had to do it at home. We had to have a little card, and then when we walked to the buildings, they did the little like scan ones on our forehead. And I was just like, we all just have masks at home from like 2003, but we just like, and we can just get at any store, and it's like, even if it's not a pandemic, it's just a cold. Like I already owned a mask, like reusable masks, because it was just like part of the culture to grow up like, if you're sick, you should wear these. And I think
and that's something I hope that the US adopts. I'm all for just wear a mask. Doesn't need to be, hopefully we get to the point where it's not just instinctive of, okay, I'm leaving my home every day and I'm putting on the mask because I'm going outside, and going outside alone is enough reason to wear a mask. But just the common courtesy of, all right, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today. Not something catastrophic, but common coldish type symptoms, so I'm gonna wear a mask just cause.
I think
that it's normal.
I think it will get that way. Like it will for sure, because we look at like New Zealand, Australia, because I think maybe I was also like a little too young But like we went, there's proof, like the proof's in the pudding. Like a lot of the other countries, Asian countries, with those pandemics in the past, we all were able to very quickly. It was weird at first, but like I remember when I had to do it, it's because when I remember being in kindergarten, because I remember we had to like line up in the, in like the kindergartens, they have the little stickers on the floor to show like the kids how to like line up. Yeah. And I remember being so like cranky about it, because when you're that young, you're wearing masks every day. And like I remember like one time I grabbed like an adult size one instead of my child one, and I just remember being so cranky as a kid, because like you're just like, oh, what is, I also have asthma, so I was like, what is this on my face? I don't like it. I'm very tactile, like triggered. I'm like, I don't like this. And then like obviously when I was like, since like the pandemic has started, when I wear them now, I'm like, oh, I forget that I was so young, because I'm not like weirded out by now, but you remember as a kid, I was like, my biggest gripe was like I didn't like jeans and I didn't like the mask. But at a certain point the world will go back to normal. We're already starting with the distribution of vaccines, at least in the US. I know Canada has been a little slow on the roll. But like we're turning the corner, hopefully. And even with these new strains, like, well, technically, SARS and H1N1, like those were variants. Because there's H1N5 or like one of them. I know them better in like Chinese. But yeah, so like I think hopefully, if anything, it taught the world, like when we deal with possibly something like this again in the future, that we're all able to like nip it in the bud, because we unfortunately had to go through it once.
I'm fortunate enough to have been able to get my vaccines. I actually got my second one a week ago yesterday.
Yay, that's amazing.
And the advice that I'm giving everyone is, it's what I heard from some friends and family. I don't know if it is entirely legit, but the advice I got was stay hydrated. Before you have the vaccine, drink water. After the vaccine, drink water. And I don't know if I got lucky. I don't know if my immune system is just good or if the advice was on point, but I did actually not get hit very hard by side effects for the second vaccine. That I felt a little bit feverish afterwards, about 6 to 8 hours. I took one ibuprofen before bed the day that I got it, because I got it in the morning, and that's really all I needed, and I was back to 95% the next day, whereas I've heard of some people just, being knocked flat for 2-3 days. So my advice to everyone is stay hydrated before and afterwards. If you start getting the chills, drink tea. If you start feeling feverish, drink ice water. And worst case scenario, if this advice is complete bunk and it does nothing, you're now hydrated. Congratulations. It is as low risk as it can get, because I'm not going to try and, vouch for any medical stuff, but I figure, okay, if I can say stay hydrated, that's as low risk, and if it works, hopefully it works, then there you go. Because that was at least my experience, but I know I'm one data point out of millions.
I know everyone says to move your arm so it doesn't get so sore. So
yeah, that's just a general thing for regardless of if you're getting the flu shot or COVID vaccine, that just the way that your muscles work, that if you keep it still intense, it's going to actually just hurt more. It is a little bit counterintuitive, but that is generally good advice, yes.
I know for me, I like rather have shots than like getting my blood drawn. Actually, no, I don't know if it's reversed. Sorry, my brain is just like, because I'm not like, I don't hate needles. I'm not a fan, obviously. Most people aren't. But I remember just like, it's because, I'm going to expose my mom for a hot sec. My mom like lost, because our needle books were like literal physical copies of our like baby needle books. My mom lost mine. And I think at one point before I came to college, my mom tried to just like take my brother's and then like deduct 3 years. Because my mom was like, I know as a new mother, I would have gotten you all the shots. Because I was very premature. I was like 35 weeks, which is the earliest you can be for like healthy-ish preemie. They say like that's like it was like first hour, 35th week, I'm coming out. So I was like only like 2-3 pounds when I was born. I was tiny. They had to give me doll clothes and it was still too big. So my mom was like, I'm pretty sure I did everything right when I had you, because you were such like a tiny finicky baby that we had to do everything right. But I remember going off to college, my mom was like making it up with my doctor, and I was like, I was literally looking at her, like my doctor was like, if you can take it, we'll just give you the shots. And there was so many that they were like, okay, we'll do it twice. Like, they give me a week in between. Because we're like, at a certain point, we don't know if jabbing you like 7 times is yeah, we don't know if they're going to interact with each other. So she's like, I'm going to give you the ones I know won't interact. And then we'll come back in a week and we'll do it. And I just remember like So obviously, because there's so many, they couldn't just do it in one arm. And I just remember being like, Mom. The ironic thing was, by the time my brother rolled around, he's 3 years younger, by the time he rolled around for college, because my mom had moved, we moved multiple times, she lost his book, so she had to take mine and add 3 years. And I was like, Mom. Come on. So I'm at least glad, in all fairness, he had to. I don't think he also had to go through it. I was just like laughing because I just remember like I was so sore. I was like so excited to hang with my best friends, but I was like walking around for like a week, just like my arms were like
suffering, literal pain, Pecco.
Yeah, but I really think it helped me get over my fear of needles. Because I used as a kid, I was like, it's not my biggest fear. I could handle it, but I think after that experience, just exposure therapy after
for sure,
a month of just like, it was like 9 needles at one point, and the really one that hurts is the girls. We have to have one that has 3 dosages, and it's like one that's 1 month apart, and the third dose is like 6 months after the second one, and that one is known to hurt. And I didn't know it going into it, but after like the first one, I was like, oh, this one really hurts, and everyone knew which one I was talking about, and I was like, oh, I have to do this 2 more times. It couldn't have been any of the other ones that only hurt a little. It's this one that we all have to get 3 times. And I think we have to get again like every 5 to 10 years. I'm just like, great. I think it's the HIV one or something about something in our bodies. And I was like, great. I think it like makes your arm puff up a little too. And I was like, but yeah, I remember I took Luna to get her shots and I felt really bad, but she was fine.
That's good.
Yeah, she has all her shots. HPV, yeah. It was one of the H's and the V's. They hurt, don't they, Rain T? The fact that Rain T's like, the fact that she knows. Rain T knows which one I'm talking. She's like, yeah, that one. They're evil. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm definitely sure. If anything, I think my mom fucked up and I think I got 4 doses. Because I think I got it. I think I got my 3rd dose in the US, and then I went back that summer, and my mom was like, what if, oh no, well, Rain T, you faint a lot. Rain T, you faint a lot. But like, yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, it hurts. They hurt. It's like your arm hurts like a lot. It's like I'm glad Rain T's here to like quantify the pain. Yeah. I just remember.
Well, I guess I was gonna say, to pivot away from this very somber discussion of just pandemic and medical necessity and the times that we live in, there was another topic that we discussed that we haven't actually touched on yet, and I think it'll hopefully breathe some levity into things. And that's food.
Oh God, yeah. My chat had to deal with me debating how to order food. Ooh, can I finish? Actually, I'm gonna finish dinner. It's not long. I have like 2 sashimis.
Oh gosh, yeah. Like,
I forgot I was gonna
take a couple minutes and like eat or something. That we have been at this for a while. I don't want you getting hungry on me.
I'm a little hungry. Yeah, I just forgot I was eating sashimi before we started stream because we were talking about it yesterday.
Okay, well, there's a good place to start. What type of sashimi are we having tonight?
I just have 2 more salmons because it's my favorite, and 1 tuna. I saved the best for last.
Yes. Oh, yes. I identify with that. Just saving the best one for last, and also salmon sashimi. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I got the lunch special by I think their lunch special ended at 3, and I ordered at $2.54, and I was like,
under the wire.
I was like, give me that $13. I think it was $13, and they gave me 2 of each, and there was there's 2 salmon, 2 whitefish, 2 tuna, 2 one of the red, the kind of transparency red to white ones. That was really good.
I
never know their.
Oh dang it! I'm blanking on the name. It'll hit me in a minute, but I know what it is. There is a Japanese supermarket near me, and they sell sashimi. So not prepared bento, but just it is a slab of sashimi grade fish that you can just cut up and eat. And ever since I discovered that, I can't order sashimi from restaurants anymore because I'm too spoiled on price. Because I can get a big slab of salmon for $8-10, and it's the amount of salmon that if I were to order this at a restaurant, it would probably cost me $20.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've done that. I did that for I made poke with that one time. It was very good. Yesterday, I think it was same thing happened yesterday. I was supposed to have a meeting at 9:30. Turns out it's next week. They didn't tell any of us till an hour before. I was like, are we meeting tonight? And they're like, this is next week. We forgot to tell you. I was like, great. I haven't eaten yet. So I got distracted, and chat had to be like, did you order the food yet? Because we've been talking about food. And I was like, yeah, sorry. So I got is it gyro? Yeah, I never know how to say it.
So this is the Greek one, right? I think it's pronounced gyro.
Gyro? I'll never say it right.
Specifically because it is Greek, but I could be wrong on that.
But yeah, we had that.
But,
And that was great.
I looked up. The red to white one is yellowtail.
Ooh, yes, yellowtail. But salmon has to be the favorite. Luna. You want some Luna? Luna. I literally put plastic protectors on the couch and she's trying to take it off. Luna. Ma'am, no. She's swishing her tail.
Mom, this was a challenge, right? You wanted me to play with this. This is a toy.
Luna. Give me 1 sec.
So hi, chat. How are you doing tonight? Hopefully you're enjoying this so far. We've just been rambling, but I've been thoroughly enjoying myself. Hopefully you all are as well. Gonna put a couple emotes in chat.
I don't know if you heard her literally. She was like flexing her claws in it as I got up. She was like looking at me, dead eye contact.
Oh no.
Oh god. It's Brad. Brown moved up. Yeah. She's coming back on. Hi, Baba. You mad at me? I'm sorry. Don't be mad. Okay, I'm gonna try to eat my salmon in peace. So she did it. Here she comes. Oh, no. Don't sip on the laptop. Okay. It's fine. We're doing great. You wanna sit for a bit?
Rage emotes. Luna, why?
Luna. She's fine. She's just... Yeah, good girl, good girl. She's using her scratch pull. Good papa. Me trying to see. Eat my salmon. Yes. Food. What is your favorite cuisine? What do you think? If you had to name one or top three.
Just seafood in general, I'm a huge fan. Like I said, I grew up in Maryland, and I am a bit of a crab snob. Now, I like crabs from basically anywhere, but Maryland blue crabs are just better. That if you ever have a chance to visit Maryland, or really anywhere on the eastern seaboard, if you're able to get proper blue crabs, assuming that you are someone who enjoys seafood and crabs, that if, that's not to your liking, I don't think that Maryland blue crabs are going to make you like something you don't like. But if you are someone that likes crab, Maryland blue is a thing, and it is a stereotype with good reason, because it is just so good. And always have it with Old Bay.
Ooh. I like.
Are you familiar with Old Bay?
I am, because I've been in Boston for 5 years now.
Yes.
Luna, that's my salmon.
That was a big thing when I moved away. I needed to make sure that I brought along a tin of Old Bay with me, at least until I realized that most supermarkets now carry it nationally. So.
Oh my god, I also seafood lover. I would say growing up, crab was also my favorite, but it's like we do it the Asian style. They stir fry with garlic, and it's to the point when I like visited my great aunt Shirley. She is like the cook of the family, rock star, and she knew I liked it so much that for Canadian Thanksgiving, I'd be visiting for the week, and she literally would like stir fry at home, like these like 3, 4, 5 massive crabs, like, and we eat like it's like the big ones, so they're like stir fried in garlic and like crunchy on the outside, and it's like so good.
Yeah, so soft shell.
It's not soft. You can't eat the shell, but you can suck on it. But it's like I don't know. It's like it's kind of like tempura. It's not quite as much as tempura. It's not the whole thing is covered, but it's kind of partially covered in that crunchiness. So like it's just like the way they cook it. It's like the flavor is so rich. It's like spicy. It's like chili with garlic and pepper. So it's like I miss it so much because it's not really something you can order individually. It's like one of those, like a lot of Asian dishes are like dishes for the table, so I haven't had it in forever. But like that, like seafood, definitely growing up, like they knew I was a bougie. I'm a Taurus, so like they know that I like that luxury. They're like, ooh, they knew like from seafood, especially growing up, like going to Boston, like the lobster, like lobster,
the
oysters,
lobster rolls in Boston.
Boston. Never felt so betrayed that I think before graduation, my family was in Maine because my brother had a tournament, and they got so sick because they had lobster every meal that when they came to visit me, they're like, yeah, we had like 5-pound lobster like per person or whatever. And I was like, what about me? Hello, I want the lobster, and you're paying for it. Excuse me, where's my lobster feast? I'm such like a brat about. I'm a little bougie. I'm always just like, ooh. Like I used to, like at one point in certain seasons, if the lobster's a little cheaper in Boston, I would like make it into like a cheese dip, like a crab,
Ooh,
like
yeah.
lobster or crab cheese dip, and like not like even, it's not really cheese, it's like creamy. It's so
Yeah.
good. Love food. Love scallops. Just love seafood. Really, seafood's probably like number one. I'm fortunately like a really big meat eater. Like,
Yeah. Oh, so am I. Absolutely.
I try not to be, but like I don't feel full with just vegetables or carbs. I'm like, where's that good protein? It's really sad.
The other thing that I've sort of discovered later in life is the wonders of curry.
Ooh, I love curry.
My mother does not have any tolerance for spicy food. So she the family never had curry growing up because she can't stand spicy stuff. And it was the type of thing that I didn't really have much of a tolerance for spicy foods until I was probably around like 16, 18-ish. And even now I don't have the biggest tolerance for it, but I can enjoy, mid-level spicy foods. And just discovering, difference between Indian curry, Thai curry, Japanese curry, and I've really just enjoyed them all. And it's the type of thing of my goal is to get my mother to try some Japanese curry, since Japanese curry
yeah, it's definitely sweeter.
Definitely the mildest, it's sweetest. It's not inherently spicy like you would get for Indian curry.
Yeah, Indian or Thai.
Because if you go to an Indian restaurant, order Indian curry, and you say to make it mild and not spicy, it is still spicy.
I mean, there's like probably like butter chicken is probably like you get any of the cream based ones are probably not as spicy. My dad was born and raised in India, actually. My families were like really weird in how they like immigrated places, because like they're both like ethnically Chinese, more or less majority, but like my dad grew up in India until like they had to flee. That's how they ended up in Canada. So like my great aunt Shirley also, like, she makes it all from scratch. She'll like make like all the curry, cauliflower dishes, like aloo gobi. I'm probably not saying that right.
I have no talent for actually cooking much, so whenever I get curry, I always have to order from some place. I'm adventurous in that sense, but once again, one of those things that I just never put skill points into was cooking.
To each
I can do
their own.
basics, like I can make pasta, and I can prepare chicken and steak and basic stuff. And I'm sure that I could make curry if you give me a cookbook and the ingredients. But I'm not the type that I would not be able to just make it from scratch unless you actually gave me instructions.
Yeah, and so much of the worst part is like a lot of Asian cuisine. There's no recipe. There's just, here are the ingredients, and you feel it in your soul. I think that was like the hardest part, getting like my relatives to teach me how to cook. And to be fair, I'm like this too, which is like really bad. Is they'll be like, yeah, like she was trying to tell me on the phone how to make it, and she's like, and you get this, and you just add enough, just enough. And I'm like, what is just enough? Cumin? What is just enough? Or like they're like, the yellow powder. What yellow powder? Turmeric? Love it.
Yeah, you add just a dash. How much is a dash? I don't know.
They don't know. You never know. It's like, it's fun. It's hardest with baking, actually, because like baking it is like a science to get the thing, which is like ironically like what I would say of all like the cooking is like I'm definitely better and best at desserts, despite the chaos that happened when I was trying.
Ah, yes, with those
the bunny cakes. They turned, okay, considering that like we had to do that chocolate like by hand, like not bad. And I didn't say the recipe, I'm not bad. And I didn't have a standing mixer, so it was like, I think for like 7 minutes, it was just like me having to hold it. So my arm was like buzzing. it's like
that's why you are so good at being able to hold up your microphone.
I actually have a lot of oh my god, Luna. Sorry, she jumped off the couch and tried to hit the windowsill and missed. She's okay. She's walking around. She like landed on the Harry Potter box.
I feel like we need a Luna cam, so you set it up such that it is not at all pointed towards your desk, so you don't risk doxing yourself, but as Luna just runs around and does her thing during stream.
See, the thing is, then I would have to clean the apartment behind me.
Very fair.
That is the biggest part, is I have to clean. And I only clean if people show up at this apartment in person.
I identify with that much more than I should probably
admit. No. I definitely like have to clean. Like what's within camera range, and I'll like kind of put like mark it, and I'll be like, all right, this is how much we're cleaning today. Luna, I see you. I do want to make a Luna cam. That is on the to-do list. I think Once she's through her teen phase, I think apparently according to cat age, she's in her teen phase right now. Oh my god. I don't know if you can.
I can hear the mayhem over here.
Mm-hmm. She's just bolting. She's good. It's like it's like around 11 to like she'll get a little nutty around 9, and then like it's like 11 and 12 is when she really till about 1 she go really crazy, and then by like 2, 3, or 4 she'll like calm down. But then if I miss that, it's back to mayhem. So I was just like gonna time it just right. But no.
So you said that you were really good at baking and that desserts are your specialty.
Mm-hmm.
Two-parter. What is the dessert that you are best at making, and what is your favorite dessert just to eat, regardless of if you are the one who has prepared it or not?
Creme brulee. I love creme brulee. I would never
Now, is that
trust
for the eating or for making?
Eating. I won't make it because I don't trust myself with a blowtorch.
Very
Biggest
fair.
obstacle. Well, hi. I think cakes. I will say cakes I'm the best at making. I've like, even since I was really young, I've made like, when it was like, obviously the younger cakes weren't as nice. But like since it's like anyone's birthday in my family, I'm usually the one who would make the cakes. Like we never had store-bought cakes at home because I would always make the cake. So I would say cakes. I've tried cake pops. I've done like a 3-tier galaxy glaze. I did 1 glaze cake. I tried doing like 3-tier frosting cake. We like dyed the inside of that cake like black, and then we like I tried to put like little like planets in it, and then totally just was like a kind of like a dark blue cake, but it worked. Cake pops, and like I made like a Game of Thrones with a mold and stuff, the Stark symbol. So yeah, definitely I would say cakes are probably, ironically, definitely Western cakes. I think I don't inherently like a lot of Asian cakes because I think I like my sweets a little sweeter. So Asian sponge cake tend to like not, and the consistency is not as like easy to sculpt. I think that's also why like I struggled with the little because it was a lot of like very light and fluffy, and I was like, how does this was a spring back? It's not springing back. I think eating would definitely be creme brulee, cheesecake. I think I don't know if Rainey's still here, but our cheesecake that we made for 4th of July was pretty good. She made
good cheesecake. Like, cheesecake is one of those desserts that I'm surprised isn't sold more places. I feel like it's really good, and if you go to a mid-tier or high-end restaurant, then most of them will have cheesecakes. But, you know, even a cheap cheesecake can still be really good.
Sorry, I'm catching my cat clawing the thing again. Stop it, I see it. Yes, cheesecakes for sure. Definitely love just like a classic. Our 4th of July feast was good. I don't know if you know, like, the Chinese, it's like tasio. It's like, basically it's like roasted pork belly, and it's like the top is crunchy. So she made the pork, I made the cheesecake, and then we had our own like noodles to go with it, and then that was how we celebrated our 4th of July. And I think we have popsicles. We had the popsicles that I accidentally bought that were like, they looked like a rocket, but they happened to be like red and white and blue, and I was like, yes.
Oh yeah, the classic rocket pops.
I was yes, this is my first 4th of July that I'm celebrating. Ironically, my very first 4th of July is when I was flying to Canada as a kid. We lost 3 of our 4 engines on this trans-Pacific flight, or I don't know. And then we had to not crash land, but we had to like emergency land in Alaska, and it was the 4th of July, and that was my first time in the U.S., which was like really funny and terrifying because like we were with.
That sounds traumatic.
Yeah, not like it wasn't bad. It was more just like it wasn't bad in the sense that like there was no panic. It was like we didn't visually know, but like I was pretty young. I was like middle school age, so like I didn't fully grasp what was going on. It was with one of our helpers, like because my parents weren't with us. It was like me, my brother, and one of our helpers taking us to our grandparents'. So I had to like be the one to call my mom on a payphone that they gave. Like they gave us like a little card, and I had to be like, "Hey, grandma. Hey, mom. Don't be alarmed, but we're in Alaska." And they like it was really cool because it was like summer vacation, so the flight was like full of families and kids. So like you pull up in the middle of Alaska and this like random lodge, and I remember like the stuffed bear. I don't know if it was real or not, but I just remember like we had to fly out by 5 or 6 in the morning. They got a flight to like get us the last leg of the journey to Canada, and I just remember like the adults were in line to get our free like room keys because this is like a big flight. Because it was like it's usually like a 14-15 hour flight, and I just remember like all the kids, we were just like we all just bonded, and it was like a massive game of hide and seek in this like besides us empty hotel that they shuttled us to in the middle of nowhere, and like of course like the sun was up the entire time because it was the summer, and then all of a sudden at 2 or 3 in the morning it was just like fireworks nonstop, and it was because of the 4th of July. So like it was just like this weird.
And I guess if you don't realize what just happened on your plane, you think that this is just a really fun detour.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I definitely am one of those kids that they were like, oh, you're really mature for your age. Just like, yep. So I like knew at a certain point when they said we lost 2 of our 4 engines, but it's okay, we can still fly. It was only like a 3 more hour flight, I think, because these are all like West Coast. It was like the West Coast, so they were like, yeah, it's only about this much. We can make it. And then like I was like 15 minutes later, they're okay, so we're having some talk that we were worried that the 3rd engine might go, and in that case we're gonna try to land, just in case. And I just remember being like, that seems about right. Seems about right. And I think the biggest struggle was like, obviously this is a different country, so then a lot of people might not have had the visas. I remember like there was the stress of like listening to the adults be like, are they gonna let us pass the gate? We all can't just sleep at this tiny airport because it's a city in Alaska. Again, it's not a big metropolitan city. They're like, we can't just leave half the flight here. But it was like a really cool experience, and I'm like weirdly glad. Yeah. And so I was like excited that I actually got to celebrate a real 4th of July that was like not being in a weird old Alaskan lodge.
Yeah. Well, I suppose this last 4th of July wouldn't be terribly representative either, but...
Yeah, I get it. I think, well, the whole thing, isn't it? Like, it's just like it's a family holiday, right? And I got to spend it with Rainty. We had fun.
Yeah, that's good.
Was it just the 2 of us for that? Yeah, I think that one was just us. That was fun.
She said you had, like, 50 of these?
Oh, the popsicles. Ice pops, yeah.
Did you just, like, buy some bulk thing?
Yeah, so basically, because I'm immune compromised. Also, well, I am. So I did do a lot of like online shopping. And I think we did have air conditioning by then. We were just it's warm. I don't like the heat. Like they make fun of me because in the dead Bostonian winter, I think they're only for like 2 weeks I'll turn up the heat. And I will just let it be freezing cold. Like when Rainty was here a week ago, when she was here, she like stopped me mid conversation and be like, I forgot you how cold you like it. Can we turn on the heat? She was like, I can't feel my feet. And I'm like, yeah. July in Boston is very hot. Yeah. So, also, I think for me mentally, I think probably why I had so many popsicles, I was like, this is not that many calories, and I would just like shove it. I would just be eating like tons and tons. You were shivering. I know. I'm sorry. I forgot. And also, to be fair, I actually was cold that day. I was just so excited to see you. Also, you were next to like 3 blankets, so I just was like, you wanna grab one of the blankets? I know. You didn't say anything, ma'am. I'm not a mind reader, ma'am. Yeah, I really. But also like. I didn't panic buy. I will say that I did not panic buy in March because it happened to be our spring break when the quarantine hit. I will hydrate. So because again, I inherently am just, with ADHD, you got to learn to do things when you're like doing things. If I don't start, I have the hard part with initiation. So did I go to like 4 different grocery stores to get groceries? Yes. But did I do it? I'm going to drink hydrate. Luna.
Hydrate.
Sorry.
I will hydrate as well.
Don't try to speak to your cat when you're drinking. No.
So when you're ordering out, I guess, for food, do you have any favorite go-tos, or like is there a favorite fast food place?
Depends on my mood. I definitely have times when there's like more safety foods I go for in terms of sorry. I think
Stand by.
sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. At least I know that she cares. Sorry. It's fine. I might be choking on some fur. It's fine. I'm good. You good? Ugh. No. Depends on my mood. I'm the kind of person that can eat the same thing for like 3 weeks straight, and then just one day never want to eat it again. So it's very much like what I feel like at the time. yeah, no, what I was saying about the groceries was just, I knew it was spring break for us, and I, like, Minty knows that I usually was the person who would get all, like, our common supplies, so, like, we were out of toilet paper anyways. So I was just getting toilet paper for us, and, like, paper towels, because I was like, oh, it's spring break, I have the time to take the trolley. We had our little, like, you know, college students, I didn't lift, I just took my little trolley to the grocery store and get water. But she was, like, laughing at me because that week, I think it was, like, also because we happened to go to IKEA. And IKEA is not, like, it's not, like, you know, usually in the city's not an easy place to get to. So I just bought, like, a bunch of, like, food from IKEA that's, like, only IKEA, like, the meatballs and stuff.
Yeah.
So that week she just, like, and then I happened to, like, we had Hot Pot near, like, the H Mart, like, our Asian market. So I was happening just to be in those places to, like, be getting food. And she was, like, laughing because she was, like, every day that week, this was really before, like, because the lockdown, like, came in on a Wednesday. So, like, the first half that week, she was like, why are you coming home with, like, bags and bags of groceries? And I was just like, oh, because it's spring break, you know, like, this is going to last me till the end of the semester, because I know that once, like, finals hit, I'm not going to have time for groceries. But I will acknowledge.
And it wound up being very fortuitous.
Oh, yeah, it was great. We had toilet paper for sure. Yeah, but it was, like, really funny because, like, Sarah came home from being at our families and was just like, did you already doomsday prep? And I was like, no, I just got groceries the way I usually do. You know me. It's like once every 2 months I'll get groceries. No, but it worked out. But yeah, I think, like, I try not to do as much takeout now because, like, New York is expensive.
Yeah.
So expensive.
No, that's the thing that just over the past year I have not eaten out as much. I've not ordered as much because, one, it's expensive, and two, just, all right, you know, you want to hopefully still be sanitary, and I have asthma as well, actually, so I've been, you know, that extra little layer of protective past year. So I've ordered out every so often, but only, you know, as a special treat. So I've gotten into that habit of, all right, you know, I know what I need for grocery store, but also I'll do these massive things because I live alone. I can I'm not gonna pay for multiple deliveries if I can just get one and have that be stocked up for a while.
That's also how, like, I do my takeout, honestly. Like, not as much today. But usually when I get takeout, because you're paying for the service fee, you're paying delivery, I usually try to get, like...
adds up, so get something that'll, you know, a couple of meals.
Yeah, usually I try to hit it. I definitely don't order on the weekends. I try really hard not to order on the weekends. And then, like, on the weekdays, I'll be like, all right, like, especially if you get the lunch specials, especially, you know, like, a lot of cities, especially, I think, when it's, like, lunchtime, they have a lot of lunch specials, so I try to, like, get those. And then usually I get, like, 2 lunch specials to last me a few meals. Or, like, I'm really good at reusing what we have. So, like, Sarah likes to make fun of me because one of our favorite places that we used to get food from was, like, you get your own hot pot. And she was like, I don't know, like, because she would maybe finish it in, like, 2 meals. But I basically would, like, every time if I had to reheat it, I would just add my own ramen packet in. But, like the noodles of it. So that would be, like, the carb for it. But I'd be using the same soup base, but I would be using, like, if you go buy hot pot, there's hot pot soup base. So all the meat and all of the fish balls and all of that, like, would last me, honestly, like, 4 to 5 meals that week. Because I was just, like I could use half of this pre-existing.
You're having the noodles and everything along with it, so you don't actually need to put as much of the protein in.
Yeah, and every time I, like, reheated it, like, it would just be more concentrated, so you just add a little water, you add more of the extra flavoring. So she'd be laughing. She's like, didn't we get this, like, on Monday? And it'd be, like, Friday. It'd be like, yeah. And that's still here. It's still here. I think the funniest thing is when you live with 3 other girls, we had to start coordinating our deliveries in the group chat because I think once or twice we had ordered from the same restaurant 30 minutes apart. And the guy had shown up and the person would show up at our door and we'd just be like, oh, did we both order from...
Or it's like you go to pick it up and you get your roommates and you look at it and it's like, this is wrong.
Yeah, we definitely, I would be, like, begging them, be like, if you assume that if you want food, I will also want food. And I definitely think since moving out, I ordered out a lot less. Just because there's, like, less temptation. I definitely, again, like, I'm more of a social eater anyway. Like, it's more exciting. Like, I love food, but I definitely love it with other people. Like, let's go out and do this and do that. And I think, like, the running joke in my high school friend group was, like, when we hang out, there are no meals. There's only snacks because we would go to, like a stall or a restaurant and get, like, the one thing that we all like, share it. And then, like, the entire day, any activity we had, it would be planned around, like, oh, in this street corner they have really good like cupcakes. We're gonna go get that cupcake, and then we're gonna go here to get this baked good. Then we're gonna go here to get that like fries, and we would just like between every activity, and even if the activity is just like walking a little bit, or usually back then it was like the Pokemon stops gyms. We would just get more food, and it's like the fun part, because then like you get to share, and I'm big on like trying all the foods. I want all the foods, and also like lessons the
I'm a very adventurous eater. I will try anything you put in front of me once, so long as you tell me that it was not hazardous to my health.
Valid. I think I'm like, I would consider myself adventurous compared to the grand scheme of people who like food, but I don't think I'm like, no, I think actually no, I'm pretty out there considering, but yeah, because I have eaten a lot of like the like in Asian culture it's just really common to eat a lot of like the guts and stuff like that and try all those things.
Yeah,
bugs might be the one I've definitely those ones I'm a little like, maybe I don't think I'm able to get past this one.
But, I've not been in a situation where I have had the opportunity to eat bugs. I'd like to think that I'd be able to try it once, but that is also sort of the mental line of, okay, I don't know if I would. Now, I've had different, like, you know, types of meat where it is, you know, the guts, and I have no problem with that at all. And I think that's because it doesn't look like anything. It still looks like meat.
Yeah. That's valid. Yeah, I don't know, I think I've usually been pretty good about trying things. Thanks, Green Tea. I'm very bad at doing these on desktop. Thanks, Green Tea. Yeah.
Love to the mods.
Yeah.
I've been a mod before, and that is why I don't have my own Discord server.
Yeah, same.
I know I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to have to run it. I don't want to have to moderate it.
No, same. I just like, Randy knows this because I think we're in a group chat. There's like with Sarah, it's literally our apartment group chat, and I have that muted. And like, it's only 3 people, and I'm like, it's a lot of conversation. It's a lot. So every time, like, I appreciate like when people are like, oh, we want a Discord, and I'm like, okay, but like, even with the mod team, like, I'll just feel bad because it's like, it's just just another one I don't check, and like, it's not because I don't appreciate. I'm in a lot of streamers' Discord. It's not because I don't appreciate them and I like to lurk. When I'm in the mood, I'll like go through everyone and I'll check all like the notifications or announcements and like their stuff, and I'm like I won't ever talk in this, and I like feel bad because it's like, here, all of you stay. Mods, you got this. Bye guys. I'm just here to post. Here's my announcement. Bye. Goodbye. They just move it. I check it. It just because it's muted doesn't mean I don't check it. You know that, right? So like it's bolded. I have to see the messages. I do read it, but like it stresses me out. But mostly I think it's because you guys always message when I'm in therapy. It's happened so many times. I'm only in therapy once a week, and somehow that's always when our group chat starts popping off. And now like we do it like virtually, so I'm always just on my phone like trying to silence the notifications. Yeah, it's fine. I love you guys. I check it after. No, I definitely feel really bad. Any group chat, I think my parents have tried to put me in a family group chat. I'm always just like, mute. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
It's not you, it's me. It's because I need the therapy. Love you,
like, if my parents or cousins text me or something, I'll totally respond.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the type of thing where they made a group chat and I muted it within a day. And I just don't check it. And I think it's still active with some stuff. And I think there's some cute baby photos that my cousins will sometimes post. And I just end up getting that stuff secondhand.
I just like have a really bad habit where I'll like spam. And like this is like something, if I'm in a decent amount of group chats, and they all like and it's great when it's with people who know me well enough to know that this is just how I work. I'll just like, it's literally why I joked for a long time. I was like, I do feel like more of a VTuber. I feel like a V-lurker because I'm around. I have Twitter constantly open. I'm just not interacting. I'm just like, all right, I'm consuming. I'm not able to like deal with this. But then like there'll be one day I'll be like, okay, here's 5 tweets. Cool. Okay, bye. I won't see you for like 2 weeks. And I'm like that in group chats where I'm reading everything. I just don't feel the need to like respond.
Yeah.
And then I'll just like respond to the things I missed and add on a couple stuff, and I'll be like, all right, bye. Y'all don't have to reply to this. Just need you to share. Bye-bye.
Yeah. For me, I'm in a bunch of Discords and I rarely comment in any. But if I'm in a stream, I'm a very active stream chatter that you've seen me around. Even before I asked you to be on the show, that when I was popping in, that I'm the type that I am very talkative in stream. I love that type of interaction, but I don't tweet a whole bunch, and I don't do a whole bunch on Discord unless it's like for a very specific thing that, like, if there's a game night on a Discord server and I'm going to hop into that, then of course I'll participate there. But the, day-to-day chatter is not something that I really do.
Yeah.
But I still, try and poke around and sort of read up and see, all right, what did I miss? Or, like, I at least make sure that I get the go live announcements. And even if I don't actually tune into every stream, that way it's just on and, okay, I evaluate at this time. Do I have the availability to pop in? And if I do, I will.
Yeah, I think like that's valid. Like I definitely am when I am active in a stream. Hi, Luna. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, you can lie here. You can lie here. Just move the keyboard. Give me one sec. You want to lie here? Lie here. Just not on the keyboard. Yeah. Okay. Or okay, she's walking my model. Cool. Hi. Give me one sec. Oh. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. There she's. Okay. Okay, yeah, can you not eat? Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just terrified of her always constantly accidentally. Amount of times she'll like step on everything and all of a sudden it'll be like, how to turn off laptop? Or like, it'll be like, do you want to shut down? I'll be like, no. How do you end up doing that? But no, I like definitely, when I'm in a chat and I'm like if I'm there, I will try to talk and be very active, but usually at a certain point I'll like step back to like do chores. But like, I think like that's the thing, like for me, it's like, we don't know. I'll say it's ADHD to give myself some slack. It's like, if this is the thing I'm focusing on, I will give like 90% because unfortunately 10% of my brain will always be like doing ping pong in the back of my brain and just like knocking thoughts around, and that's just unavoidable. I have a lot of weird train of thoughts, and that's why tangents always happen. But otherwise, I try really hard to like be there, especially because like I think, especially as someone who is like a content creator, like even on TikTok, like I know people are like, why, like people like leaving comments isn't a really common practice, but I'm like, but they're my friends. Like engagement is engagement, and it's not just like I'm doing this for your engagement, but like why not leave like a nice message?
You want to convey the love, like even if it's just a couple of heart emotes or something.
Yeah, and like put in the effort and just to like show like to like, because like you never know. Like I think like even just like a single interaction for me usually is like, okay, like this is not the worst thing I've done. Thank you. Validated. Thank you. I'll keep going. And I think especially we all need that, because I think we're always so hard on ourselves. Like usually the hardest on ourselves. It's like nice to always have that like baby like affirmations, validations. She's decided to get off the desk.
Oh, okay. Bye, Luna. See you in about 5 minutes when you decide to come back.
She's running around. I don't know. Oh, it might be the noise outside. Actually, maybe why. You're okay.
Whoa.
It's just motorcycles, I think. It's okay. She's good. I say as I'm just trying her not to.
The married voice. She was in fact not
okay.
Good.
She'll prove in fact in 5 minutes that she is not okay. But who knows, dude? I have no idea where this topic was before I got distracted by my cat.
So we were at food, and we were talking about grocery habits.
Ah, yes.
And then it was on to chatting habits.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we did that because love to the mods, because they took care of a thing.
Yeah, bless.
That's what it was.
Yeah, I don't understand trolls. Like I think like conceptually I don't get it. Because I'm just like, what is the purpose? It's like the one thing in the world I'm not like one thing, a couple things. I'm just like, I cannot put myself in your shoes. I am not comfortable.
Why expend this effort?
Yeah, I think that's really the big thing. Like,
and especially when it's so easy to just knock away nowadays.
Yeah. But even
that was not a significant inconvenience for the moderators. We love them; they're great. But also at the same time, it's like that was no skin off the mods' back either.
Yeah, I think I just don't understand why. Like, I think I just can't conceptually grasp what enjoyment you can get by like just doing anything like that to other people, or just like the hate comments, or just like people when they troll like comments and stuff. It's like, what gratification are you getting out of this? Because I truly cannot grasp it.
Yeah.
Like, especially when it's to strangers. Like, okay, like honestly, this is like maybe a little like fuck, but like if it's someone you don't like, I can at least understand that. I'll be like, okay, you're trying to like be petty. Okay, I get that. I can understand that. But like,
but if it's a rando,
yeah, it's like what purpose does this serve? Like, you're just leaving a hateful comment just to like leave it. And like, I don't know, like maybe it's like this a little old fashioned, the whole like joke or like saying of like, if your grandma isn't gonna be proud of you saying it, like you shouldn't say it at all. But like, kinda, like if you can't, I think that's a big thing with like anonymity that does worry me. Just being online, it's like people feel like because it's not totally backtracked to you, even though it's so easily, everything is so easily tracked down to you if like people tried.
Oh yeah.
It's just like, why do something like that? Like, what is the purpose to like put that energy out there and to put like that anger or just like hatred out there, or just like, I don't know, like I just don't think it's funny too. So maybe it's like also a humor thing. I just don't find it funny. I'm just like, all right, cool, bud.
Yeah, maybe, I guess. I don't understand your sense of humor, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know.
Anyways, before that we were on food,
Yes.
food stalls and food tours and social eating. Yes, that is another thing that I've missed this past year, like just being able to go to, either a hot pot place or just, a Korean barbecue or something, and be able to just sit at a big table with a bunch of friends and just eat and chat and hang out.
Yeah, we were so lucky to be able to go to a Korean barbecue place when Rainty and Sarah were here, and I think we just shocked the waiters at how much we ate. Really, it was Rainty came in clutch, but like they like stopped her from ordering at one point to be like, do it next round. But like this was a place that you only had an hour to order.
Oh, okay.
So they were like, next round. We're like, all right, and it was just so much food, but it was just like such a felt good. Like meat sweats a little afterwards, but like even just like that, like just even having that felt so much more like quote unquote normal to be able to just do that, and then like not fully. It was so good though. I did finish the hot pot meat Rainty that we had. I did make it. I Korean barbecued it with the thing I bought. He did really stop you. He was like, maybe try to order those 2 dishes after. And I feel like you ordered an extra one just to spite him. Or like when I ordered the second serving of tofu soup, and he was just like, and I'm like, yeah, bring on the soup.
Did I stutter?
I wish they had more sides. That would have been good. But yeah, I was really good actually. I took the hot pot meat because we had a hot pot at home. We did the little like we just basically just literally cook it at the stove, and you just stand around the stove, and like sometimes you do what you gotta do. But it was great. And then yesterday I used the rest of it, and I got one of like those wire grills kind of things, like and I put it over the stove.
The fish grill type of thing?
Yeah, and I just put it over like my thing, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure this isn't totally gonna work, but it worked enough. And I was like, all right. I was like, yeah, and it was really good. I was really happy. I was like, ooh, I can do this more often now. Like, it'll be cheaper if I just go to H Mart and get all the ingredients myself and just stand by the stove and just pretend. Definitely, like, I think ironically it was coming to the US gave me a bigger appreciation for Korean food, just because Boston tends to have a lot of Korean restaurants. Like, I think more so than like in terms of quality, like
the
Japanese.
Average place. Yeah.
Well, you were also like, we lived like near campus too, so like there's a lot more. It was like the secondary Chinatown. There's more Koreatown. I think we used to like jokingly say it was. So like comparatively in Asia though, like it's really easy because I grew up in Hong Kong. It's like surrounded by ocean on 3 sides, so it's really easy to get like that fresh like seafood, which is like really integral to like Japanese food. And I think growing up I like loved. Like I think like it was like a running joke in my family. They'd be like, what does Aria want after school today? And they'd be like, they'll look at me and be like, do you want ramen? I'll be like, yes, give me ramen. And then especially when I was in LA for a semester, the food there is so good. Like Koreatown, I like crave the food there. Just like so bad. I want it so bad. And then here in New York, Korean food is expensive. Here, food is it's New York. Everything's expensive.
New York is expensive. It doesn't matter what it is there.
Just want good food, guys. I technically could cook at home. Like I know how to make like Korean stew at home, but it's like it's not the same. I also have to clean after.
Yeah, that's the thing of just the amount of time of just if it takes me longer to make it than it takes to eat it. I generally don't want to make it unless it's a really special occasion.
That's fair. I understand that. I think for me, again, I'm a very all or nothing kind of person. There are days that like when I'm feeling it, I'll meal prep for like hours because I know I won't feel it again for the rest of the week. So I'll be making like, I'll be like on one hand, I think on top we also had scallops for the hot pot, so I had like leftover scallops and we were drinking that night, and I was like, you guys want cheese corn and scallops? I'll go make some like butter garlic scallops, and I'll also make us like cheese corn. And like also the cat also drunk me really really likes to cook. Maybe that's the solution. Hold up. Maybe just
drunk cooking stream.
I don't think I'll stream it. I think maybe just for my enjoyment. But no, hello, thank you for the follow. But yeah, definitely drunk me. I think drunk me just really it activates my I don't know what it is, what side. There's a little chef in me because I've done that multiple times. I think literally we were at like another apartment party and I was like, do you guys want me to make, did I eat a scallop? You did eat a scallop. And then you were like kind of upset that it was a little garlicky because you don't like garlic that much, but you still liked it. I think you burned yourself like on it a little when I told you it was hot. And then like as I was holding the spoon and you like put it back on the spoon. This is when you were gaming, you're at my desk, and then we put it aside. I think you finished it later. I ate Sarah's because she didn't remember, and I was like, ooh, extra scallop.
Like just one of the best types of drunk, because there's angry drunk, there's annoying drunk, and then I'm cooking drunk.
Yeah, okay, I get really excited by I'm cooking drunk. She's fun. She yeah, because I think I remember that the other time it happened was also spring break freshman year, and I think I was just I made everyone smoothies. And I made fried rice, and everyone was really confused because I was standing by the stove. It was for me. I honestly started cooking for me, and then I realized, oh, other people want this. But I remember because I was they could hear me like the Korean seaweed. I was taking it and wrapping my fried rice in it, and just eating it. And they were just staring at me. They're like, "What is Aria doing over there?" And I was just holding half a smoothie.
The only part that's
3 a.m.
slightly concerning is being drunk and handling fire.
I'm weirdly more cautious when I am, because I'm more aware that I need to be careful.
That's true. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. I have not been drunk many times, but when I start to feel it, I do sort of hyperfixate, and I probably, in hindsight, become a bit of a rigid drunk in a way of just that I am aware that I am drunk and I don't want to do something stupid, so I overcompensate.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm inherently such a mother hen kind of personality that even in my fraternity I was risk management twice and sergeant at arms, which is for us is the person standards board, so it tends to be the person who'd make sure. So even at parties they were all we're good. The bigger thing is when I usually do that I forget to take care of myself at the end, so I have to be before you lie in bed, chug water and you'll be fine. And I just have to I now know enough about myself to be just because you made everyone else drink water, you also have to drink water. I feel the need to cook. I never get cook drunk when I'm alone, because I also to be fair I'm a social drinker, so I don't really ever, unless it's something in the world's happening, maybe an election, and maybe that's when I feel it. But even then I was on call, so I really don't drink alone. So I think it's really when I'm with other people, or not even with 1 or 2 people. It's if I'm in a group setting and then I'm at that nice level of drunk. I think it's when I sober up really quickly. So it's also a thing where once I start sobering up, everyone is only getting drunker. And because I even with my friend groups, I start drinking before everyone else. They usually give me 45 minutes to start drinking before everyone else does, because that's how they know I'll sober up before everyone will. So then it's a fun, weird game of how do you balance that right level of buzzed that I'm having fun, but I don't go too far into sad drunk, but I stay fun, but then I don't sober up too quickly that I have to overdo it. But yeah, we love oh my god.
What are your favorite types of drinks?
I'm trashy college kid. Shots.
You have to be more specific than that. There's many types of shots.
I don't care. Whatever. Obviously the nice ones are soju, but I think for me, I don't like sipping. I don't like the taste of alcohol. So I think that's a little big thing why it's a social drinking thing. I'm not the kind of person that even when I was traveling in Europe, I'm not ooh, let me get a glass of wine. I'm I don't want to drink wine. If I want to drink alcohol, usually it's to get a little buzz, just to have a little more fun with friends. So I'm very much all right, shots, or definitely sweeter drinks. Definitely if I can't taste the alcohol, I prefer it's soju's usually nice, but I'm usually here, give me some vodka.
I definitely identify with that I don't. I'm also very much a social drinker. The only time I'll ever really drink alone is if it's celebratory.
That's true.
If I just finished a project, I might have one drink, just, cheers to me, yeah, I did the thing. But whenever I drink, I also am very much about the taste, not the drunkenness. So I love sweet stuff. My number one is mead. Love mead.
Sounds fancy.
But otherwise, just a fruity drink or like sake, flavored sakes I also really enjoy. Certain shots are good, but it's the type of thing that I want it to be interesting.
That's fair.
I'm not a huge fan of beer.
Yeah.
I can palate some better than others, but beer is certainly not my drink of choice.
I think I like ciders a lot. Like, I think that was the big thing.
Yeah, ciders are good. I think the thing that I sort of shied away from ciders on was just, I like the taste, yes, but then I'm at the point where, well, I drink for the taste, not the alcohol, and this just tastes like juice. So why am I paying the extra money for the alcohol when I could just be ordering juice? And I think that's how I landed on mead, because mead is a particular taste that you really can't get from other drinks.
That makes sense. I think for me, really what changed it was like going to, like, I went to London for a summer a couple years ago, and that was like, I was working, so the culture there is very different, like the pub culture, and I think just like, it definitely helped, not like help, but it made the habit of like having a cider at dinner, because everyone would do it, and they have this, they have a one particular cider that literally just tastes like fruit, like, it was like strawberry kiwi, and it was so good. I can never find it. It's so good. It's like everywhere. That particular brand, can't find it here. It's literally, I have a picture of it on my phone that I'm always like, can you have this? You have this thing, look it up. You have it here at the store. But it was, and I think for me, it's like, yeah, it's very different because it's just like, this is, I think this might have been pre-ADHD diagnosis. Yeah, I think it was before. So I also like, in a weird way, because I'm so always like in my head and high strung, like if I was just a little buzzed, it takes that anxiety edge off me. Like it would calm my brain down a little. So like in a weird way, that's like, not like I'm by no means ever an alcoholic. I don't ever like to drink enough for that. Me drinking often is like 5 times a month. I'm like, wow, really went crazy this month.
Yeah, that's very much the same for me.
Yeah, but I think like it definitely helped with like it's a culture, but I haven't felt that way even not there, because I think it's just not as normalized. And I don't know, like drinking's fun when like drunk. Don't get me wrong, drunk Fortnite though, hilarious. Drunk Fortnite, drunk League, hilarious. Love it. Everything is just so much funnier when you just don't care and you can just run it down and just be dumb, and it's great.
Drunk gaming is great because just the silliness that ensues. The drunk game of choice for me and my friends was always Mario Kart, of just literal drunk driving.
Oh my god, I think I would get too mad at Mario Kart. I feel like I get really competitive at the games that are family friendly. I don't know why, but it's the family friendly games that get me really like riled up. Like, how dare you? Yeah, I feel like that would just cause many fights in my friend groups if we tried Mario Kart. Drunk, but I think I respect it though. Drunk Mario Party is hilarious.
Oh gosh, now that's the one on the other end for me. I feel like I don't know if I can handle drunk Mario Party. That's the stuff that ends friendships.
It's hilarious. I think like one time we were playing in Sarah's room, it was like ages ago. I just remember like being on the floor. I was like, I have a Yogi Bo, like the beanbag, and I just remember like, I was on her giant penguin. She's a giant penguin, like stuffed animal, and I just remember like just using it as a pillow to stay up, and it was like the monitor was like on the desk, and I was just on the ground like trying to keep my eye up and like play this game. I won. I'm pretty sure I won. I think I won by like I had 10 stars. I think it was just like the randomest who had done it. No idea how I got there, but I was so funny.
There's always like the random star shuffles at the end.
And the bonus stars.
Yeah.
I think it was one of those where like, I think it was one of the levels where it's like it goes like 5, 10, 15, 20, and then it goes back to 5. And I think I hadn't gotten any stars all game. So then there's also like who's like been the loser for the most of the game.
Yeah, the pity star.
Yeah, and then I got that, but I also like at the 9th turn, I think, I bought like 4 stars, and it was just so funny because they were like, how did you? I was like, I don't know.
Come from behind victory.
Story of my life. I'm here to be the underdog that you all root for.
Yeah.
Please and thank you. Please root for me. I need. Oh, sorry, Luna. She's just making eye contact. She's like, ma'am. Sorry, Baba.
Oh, goodness, and it is about 1 a.m. for you right now. We've been at this for 4 hours. I can say definitively this is the longest VTuber Talk episode to date.
Wow.
So I do want to let you go
Thank
soon.
you.
I just have a couple last questions that I asked all my guests,
Yes.
and we covered actually a fair number of them. So I'm just going to skip several and ask the two big ones at the end.
Okay.
And the first of them is, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Gives me something to do with my time. No, but actually,
That is a valid answer.
No,
that is absolutely a valid answer. That's kind of the answer of why I do this show.
I think what the question is, what does being a VTuber mean to me? Is that the question, to clarify?
Yes.
I think
Yes.
I think for me, in general, just like streaming in general, so I won't like go specifically too much into VTubing yet, but I think like just streaming in general is always something, a way for me to hold myself accountable and do things I want to try. And I think VTubing specifically happened to be a way that made it even more feasible, because inherently it's built in to this community in this way of like, you grow, like it's undeniable that the growth here in comparison to like IRL streaming is just different. The growth rate is just different. And I think being a VTuber has given me the opportunity and the ability to do things that I've always wanted to do with more support and more opportunities than I ever thought I could have. Like, you know, like to be frank, like the 35 years, like right now, that would not be anything I could even think of when I was doing IRL streaming, let alone the fact that within like a month of coming back, I could have applied for partner. I wasn't joking when I was like, the just saying I could get rejected, even if I never hit those qualifications again, I get to say that happened. And like, being able to like have a quote unquote successful subathon that paid off a mic that like I knew I'd be like footing the bill for, because I'm getting something to do, something I want to do more, improve how I can do ASMR, and like the fact that even could happen is just like nuts. Or talking to the people I talk to and being able to bond over things, like being able to like still hang out with Rain T even though like we don't live together anymore, and like maintaining those friendships and being able to be silly together, and like that has been like a really big gift this year. And I think if I didn't have VTubing in 2021, I would be in a mentally much worse place than I already have been lately after graduating. And like, yeah, like it's been a gift. Like I think, like, not to be sappy and dramatic, but I've planned out every step of my life, usually years in advance. Like, I knew every class I was going to take in college to get my degree done in 4 years. I knew that by like sophomore year. I knew my grad class, like where I was going to end up. Like I was going to be in LA and this plan. And usually for me go according to plan. And last summer before I started VTubing, I shit you not, when I was telling my therapist, I was like, I'm on plan J. Every single thing I tried to figure out has fallen back to a plan, like a backup plan, and I'm out of backup plans, and that's never happened to me. And I think like I never know where this is going to go, and I never want to put that like certainty on anything I do, because like I've learned in this past year that nothing is predictable. But yeah, like it's been a gift. Like I don't think I would have had the courage to get a cat. You know, like it's like big, some simultaneously big and little things. It's ridiculous how I can like credit it to deciding to become a virtual witch on the internet and like asking for a model to be done in a month. Like that's nuts. Like debuting in a month, truly actually from like conception to debut in a month and a week is nuts. And like here we are, and we're scuffing our way along, and it's great. So yeah, that's what it means to me.
And the last thing is, are there any projects, collabs, or anything else that you want to spotlight, that you want to plug? I know your friend Sarah actually has her re-debut tomorrow, so that's very exciting for her. But for yourself, do you have any big plans, in the works?
My birthday's next Friday. Your girl's turning 24. Half of 24 is 12, so should we try to do a subathon and cap it at 12? Because I'm not gonna be able to make it to 24. Don't do that to me. Yeah, I think that would be a big one. I have not put any feelers out for that, so I gotta make graphics and I gotta plan. I'm literally still trying to do gifts from the last subathon. That's happening next week. I think hypothetically, I'm giving myself like next week to plan for the birthday, but maybe the week after when we get into May, maybe a partner push, maybe. I just want to see if I can do it before I get a job. Because once I get a job, that has to be my priority. And that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
And also, eventually there will be a YouTube video. It's gonna happen. I finally put the mic on a stand. I don't have to like I don't think people understand. Like, this is how I usually say how high. When I do my ASMR mic, I have to be down here to talk into it. It's basically like hard on my back. So I think good things are gonna happen. And I think those are the biggest things. And Sarah has her re-debut tomorrow, 5 p.m. EDT. We will be streaming ASMR like a little bit before that to rate her. And I think I haven't said any other things yet, but those are the big ones, guys. Big ones. And yeah, and I'll get a Luna cam. And I'll set up a Luna cam.
Luna cam.
That's gonna happen. That will happen. Oh, and a Discord.
That's the goal of the next subathon. Luna cam.
Yeah. Honestly, probably. I honestly, like, when I say I literally have a stinger ready. I literally have like a frame for her. Like, I have it in my head. And I could just do it, but I just haven't yet. It's fine. And the Discord will be out by May. We'll say by May. So like, give me some time, but it'll get done. And that's a lot of things, but it is happening. It's in the works.
Absolutely.
Do you have anything that you'd like to shout out?
Promo? Not really. I guess just thank you so much for agreeing to talk with me. Thank you for having me on your stream.
Of course.
This has been like I said earlier, an experiment for me, honestly, more so than you, I think. And I really appreciate just the trust that you put in me to allow me to, have this show and to share your community with me. So I hope you have had a good time. I hope your chat has had a good time. I know I certainly have. We got on so many tangents, and I told you, sometimes the tangents are where the best talks happen, and I think it was absolutely proven tonight. This has been so delightful. For those in the chat who might want to see more of me talking with VTubers, my socials are really simple. It's just Vtuber Talk here on here on Twitch and on Twitter. So if you feel so inclined, give me a follow. And gosh, now I don't know if I want to try and schedule my next show for next Saturday, because I know that you're going to be having your birthday party next Friday, I do want to be able to tune in for at least a bit of that.
You do I think it'll be Friday, so don't know if that would change anything, but I think you do what you need to do. I'd be excited to. I usually have a really bad habit because my laptop is open. I usually sometimes during my own stream I'll lurk on other people's streams while I'm streaming. Oh, it's fine. But definitely, guys, check out Vtuber Talk. Thank you for also reaching out to me. I've been very slow on the rolls with the collabs. Been literally.
Hey, it's totally fine. But I'm just glad that we got to have things work out eventually. Seriously, this has been so much fun, and like I said, I hope you have enjoyed yourself as much as I have.
I think this is the first interview-esque collab on my channel, because I've done them on other people's channels. So this is also really exciting for me. Like, I know you were the host of this, but I'm in the hot seat. Look at the seat, guys. I'm in the hot seat. So this is definitely really fun, and thanks for trusting me to set it up and just being like, yeah, she's got it. And I was like, wow, there's a lot of trust to let me just be like, all right, yeah, I'll make a thing. I told Jay, I was like, I'm gonna make a thing. It'd be great.
Yeah, she said she was gonna make a thing. I was like, okay, that's fine. Honestly, like I said, mine is very bare bones, to say the least. You already had a nicer setup than I did, so I was like, even if it's just your normal background, it's gonna look great. And then seriously, we got on a call to do a quick sound test 20 minutes before we went live, and she was like, yeah, so I've got a laptop and a desk and a mic. And I was like, holy cow.
Yeah, we clearly I didn't. I literally started editing it maybe before I called you, and I was like, I should probably do something. I was like, I said I'd do it.
Just like that little bit. It was still really cool. It was really fun. It's fun seeing myself as I watch the stream, light up on the little on-air desk. I might end up reusing some of these assets.
No, I'll send them to you.
I know that my current setup is, I want it to just be my 1.0. I want to eventually make it nicer, but I haven't really figured out how or what yet. But this is already giving me some ideas, so who knows?
have full faith in you. Also, like, I can also, again, we could also do this off stream, but I will definitely send these assets with you, and also I'll link you to the people who helped with some of these. Some of these are just straight up Canva stuff, and I'm pretty sure that's fair use. It's fine. Pretty sure it is, because, yeah, it's fine, guys, it's fine.
Yeah.
But yes, I really appreciate you having the time. I know, like, 4 hours is long, and I probably just, like, went on a lot of tangents. So
oh, no, don't worry. I've been on, like, longer calls and just chats with friends many a time. It's first time for the show, but this was not a slog in the least. That honestly, things flew by, and it was just sort of me glancing down at the timer. Was like, oh, we're at 3.5 hours, and I know that you're an hour later than me in time zones. I don't want to keep you up all night.
Yeah, it's okay, it's not you. I like messed my sleep schedule up a couple days ago when I stayed up till 4. Also on the call with friends even worse, they were on the West Coast, so like that was on me.
Ugh,
but
yeah.
I should
Fortunately, it's Friday, so
it is.
You can relax, you can sleep in until Sarah's stream starts tomorrow.
Yeah,
wait, no, because
I have to practice the exam at 11. It's fine. I'll put Luna's already conked. See, I told you, round 1, she's out again. She's just conked out. So I probably have to go put her down to bed, like a good cat mom that I am. But I again appreciate being here, and let's go find someone. Do you have any preference?
Who are we gonna raid?
Who should we raid? Let me pull up my Twitch. I'm gonna pull up the Twitch. Let's see who's live right now. Do you have any suggestions?
No preference. I'm trying to see who I have here that is live right now.
Yeah, maybe
my default is usually to go to one of my past guests.
Yeah.
None of my past guests are streaming at the moment, so I will let you direct this ship.
Oh no. We'll see, because none of the mutuals I know very well are live either. So I feel like, this is probably like later than I've usually streamed. Maybe, let's see, I think Tostos is doing a karaoke party and taking requests. Let's do that. Let's do that. They're very sweet. I've like lurked from afar. Very, very sweet, very wholesome. So thank you, chat, for hanging in there. 4 hours is a little late than I usually go. I know that all of us have been trying to fix our sleeping schedule lately, but do not forget, tomorrow 3 p.m. EDT, EST. Does anyone care if they say one or the other? It's freaking fine.
No, I think we EDT, EST.
EST
Eastern.
flows
just
better.
Say Eastern.
It just flows better. EST just flows better. I know it's not true, but it's fine. But we will be doing pure ASMR tomorrow. I mean, I say that like it might happen. It probably won't, because it's only gonna be a little early. But thank you for all the support, and please check out Vtuber Talk. They've also interviewed some wonderful people. I have lurked. They put their VODs on their YouTube channel. The link is up there, so please give some support. And yes, okay. And I'll eventually put on the freaking food delivery thingy, because I said I would. Okay, I hope I read this right. I don't have a rate message because I think mine tends to get censored, and she seems like she's a really wholesome streamer, so like let's not use my rate message because it says bish. So
spam some
just
Aria
spam
love,
emotes,
or just the generic Twitch heart if you have it.
Yeah, just do as your heart desires, but keep it PG. I trust you. Alrighty, let's go. I typed this right? Typed it right. Fuck yeah. Thank you again, Jay, for having me on my
thank you. Yeah,
letting me have me on your
channel.
on your show, on my channel. But it's been amazing. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Get hyped for Sarah's preview tomorrow. Alrighty, let's go.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.